Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Apollo Justice Ace Attorney Trilogy. We are currently on Spirit of Justice, Episode 4, Turnabout Storyteller. So, I have no clue about anything of this episode, so let's just jump into it, I guess. Also, don't mind my voice, I just woke up.
Three, four, five, six, seven, eight. What time is it? It's 9, 10, 11.
She shows dead. No, do you think he did it? Oh no, if he did, then what do we do? Hey, pull yourself together. Don't worry, I have an idea. All I gotta say is that better not be Elda noodles. Because we love their noodles. Even if they're super salty. Come on. Oh. Pressing keys on my keyboard when it's not even on yet. Like I said, just woke up. What the heck? Who brings a defendant to his own trial late? Plus, the request was so last minute, I didn't even have a chance to talk with my client. He's late for a very important date. My name is Athena Sykes. Armed with analytical psychology and a full arsenal of legal know-how, I'm a fully competent defender of the Wright Anything agency. Though, I wish my client would show up already. The trial is about to start. Heh? It appears we just made it in time. Where have you been? The trial's about to start, Simon. You needn't get so worked up, Athena. His baldness can wait. There's no way he'd wait for me. And besides, why would I want to start off the wrong foot with him right out of the gate? Dealing with such matters is part of being a lawyer, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, well, covering for your lateness is not. Humph. Still, but a rank amateur, I see. This is Simon Blackwell. He might not look at it, but he's actually a prosecutor and a psychology specialist. He and I go way back. As for our shared specialization in psychology, we're both disciples of the same person, so to speak. But he's kind of my senior, I guess. But twisted sense of humor or no, I wish he'd stop treating me like a child all the time. So, where are Wright Dono and Justice Dono? Mr. Wright is abroad and Apollo is helping Trucy with her magic show. Didn't I tell you? They're what? So neither one of them are here? Leaving you to take this all on alone? Yep. Ye gods. Call Wright Dono back. It's not too late. Oh no, not too late at all. He would only need to know how to teleport. Tisk. Very well. Then I will settle for Justice Dono. Go grab him by the horns and drag him here. Apollo is literally in the middle of a show, Simon. You may not want to admit it, but I've got what it takes to take on this case. Just leave this to me and go watch from the gallery. As your defense derails in spectacular fashion? No, as I win the heck out of this trial. I'll be okay, promise. So wipe that look off of your face already, will you? Anyway, I take it that the guy behind you is... Yes, he's your... He's asleep again. Hoy, Bucky, wake up. Yeah! Ow! What'd you do that for, Simey? Who's this yeller chickadee? She is your lawyer, such as it were. I'd say she's more green than yellow, however. Lawyer? She sure doesn't look it, does she? Is she, like, your fellow apprentice or something? Heh, something like that. I've known her longer than I've known you. You could say we're bound to one another. Oh, okay. Well then, guess I better call him Ms. Chickadee then. Simon, this guy's not only rude, but he's 3 sheets to the wind at his own trial. Heck. I know we just met, but I'm about ready to give him a piece of my mind. Do as you will, just save it for after the trial. Ms. Chickadee? Don't call me that. How'd you do? Simon here's an old friend of mine. I'm that 4th generation head chef of Soba. Wheat Noodle, number 4, Bucky Wheat. Nice to meet ya. It's nice to meet you too, Mr. Wheat. So he can pull himself together when he wants to. Grr. If only the trial wasn't starting in a few minutes. Having been accused of murder that only occurred yesterday. I'm afraid it's taken a toll on the poor boy. And you happened to be there at the theater where it happened too, right? They say they found a Rakugo storyteller murdered in the dressing room. Indeed. The victim, master storyteller Taifu Tonedo, was a longtime patron of wheat soba. Master Tonedo had been looking after Bucky ever since Wheat Noodle number 3 passed away. I see, so the victim was kind of like a father to the defendant, huh? That stupid old fart, like a father? Nah, way. He was always dishing my soba. How dare you speak ill of him? Running your mouth like that is why they suspected you of his murder in the first place. Now pull yourself together. Number 3 must be rolling in his grave. But, Simey, that police, none of them believish me. They won't listen, time snipple. It looks like he's still in shock from the whole ordeal. Don't worry, Mr. Wheat. Everything's gonna be alright. I'm going to defend you with everything I've got. You're in good hands now. You mean you believe me, ma'am? Of course. No matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Gee whiz, Miss Chickadee. Now come on, I need you to shape up, just like those al dente noodles of yours. Yeesh, ma'am, my soda is the freshest. Mr. Wheat? Bucky, you great big pillock. So, how exactly do you know this guy? I used to frequent wheat soba, and still do in fact, so I've known him since he was a lad. That's why his father and Master Tonedo were always so good to me. I didn't know you liked soba so much, Simon. I wouldn't expect one such as you, who eats meat slapped between slabs of bread, to understand the delicate taste and the subtle textures imparted by buckwheat flour. Hey, that's just rude, but I digress. Humph. I'm all about flavor and subtlety and stuff. If I let wheat soba end like this, well, we can for sure say it isn't Eldon noodles, which is good, but we should probably try and save wheat soba. I'll never be able to face number 3 or our Master Tonedo in the next life. Ah, I see. And that's why you came to me. You wanted somebody you could trust. It was never my intention to ask you. Grr. I'll show him I can handle it just fine. Well, I believe it's about time. What? But we haven't even properly discussed the case yet. What's the matter? You look nervous, Athena. Don't tell me you're chickadeeing out. I'm just trembling with the excitement of battle, that's all. Good, so let's do this. Come on, Mr. Wheat. Get up off the floor. We've got a case to win. Yeesh, Miss Chickadee. I'm gonna do my best. Hick.
Wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba, wet soba.
Yellow. 2 bowls of noodles? Sorry, sir. No can do. Kinda busy at the courthouse. Huh? They hung up. Okay, let's do this. Hick. He's not going to do himself or his case any favors like this, Simon. Maybe we should let him go get some rest somewhere. Let me rest? Heh, maybe if I were a lump of a regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh, like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the three freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh. Come on, man, I was still reading. He's blacked out. Oh boy, I just knew something like this would happen. Simon, what are these three freshes of soba he was talking about? First, buckwheat seeds, or groats, are ground to make buckwheat flour. Then dough, made with this flour, is cut with a large regular knife into noodles. And finally, the buckwheat noodles are boiled. Each step is done immediately one after the other, so that the soba is fresh when eaten. Oh, so that's what he meant. I wouldn't want him to make me any soba right now, though, that's for sure. Athena, this is no time for idle chatter. You need to get into the courtroom now. Just remember, as a prosecutor, I will be unable to lend you a hand. So don't expect any help from my porter. There you go, treating me like I'm incompetent again. For your information, I wasn't planning on asking you for help anyway. Grr, just you wait, Simon, I'll show you. Mr. Wright and Apollo may not be here, but that's alright. I can do this on my own. I don't know, Athena, you're still pretty new at this. Though it's better that she feels like she's capable than isn't at this moment for sure. And she's getting better at what she does, so maybe she'll be fine. Court is now in session for the trial of Bucky Wet. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is fully prepared, Your Honor. Aren't you supposed to be back in like, your country by now? Like, right now? What's this? No prayer this time, Prosecutor Sadamahi? That is correct, Your Honor. To expedite these proceedings, I completed them beforehand in the lobby. How very thoughtful of you. By the way, what brings you back to this country? Chief Prosecutor Edgeworth himself called on me to handle this case. Besides, I have a debt to repay. And though my opponent is yet a callow thing, I have no qualms of sending her down to hell. If you have a score to settle, it's with Apollo, not me. But more importantly, I am not a callow thing. I'm a qualified and capable attorney. Then what is that yellow attire, if not proof of your immaturity, you small spring chick? Now cease your shrill chirping. Now, Prosecutor Sadamahi. She is still only a teenager. Please go easy on her. Great. Now even the judge is giving me the kid treatment. Very well. Shall we begin, Your Honor? Yes, I suppose we should. Now then, Prosecutor Sadamahi, please give your opponent your opening statement. I'll show them what I can do. They'll be sorry they underestimated me. Certainly. Let the last rites of the victim commence. The incident is believed to have occurred at around 4 p.m. yesterday, May 12th, at a storyteller's theater called Kurokurote. The victim is the great master of Tonedo school of Rakugo, or comedic storytelling. His name is Taifu Tonedo. The scene of the murder was the theater's dressing room. It is accessible via the staff entrance hallway and has an inner and outer sliding door, I should say. Backstage diagram added to the court record. The estimated time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. The cause of death is suffocation, though how the victim suffocated is yet to be determined. The autopsy found nothing unusual in his lungs or stomach, and there is no murder weapon. I will now submit the incident report to the court. Crime took place in the theater room dressing room. Master Tonedo was found with his face thrust into a large soba bowl. Taifu's autopsy. The time of death is between 2 p.m. and 5 p.m. The cause of death is suffocation. Prosecutor Sadamahi, how can you name Mr. Wet as the culprit when you don't even know how the victim was killed, or even with what? While it is true that the weapon and precise method are as yet unknown, the accused is the only one who could have opportunity to commit the murder. I will explain this assertion in further detail as we continue. I guess he means he has some kind of evidence to present. Now, would the accused care to plead his case? Come to think of it, where is the defendant, Miss Sykes? Sorry, Your Honor, but I'm afraid Mr. Wet isn't feeling very well and is resting in the infirmary. Surely it is the lack of a clear conscience that impedes him from facing this court. Great, starting off on the wrong foot already. Mr. Wet is the head chief of a soba shop frequented by the victim. On the day of the incident, Mr. Wet went to the theater at the victim's request. Taifu Tonedo was a connoisseur of soba, as you can see in these photographs. But he was apparently making soba himself in his dressing room that very day. The soba found at the scene is likely the soba he himself made there. Liking soba is one thing, but making it in the theater dressing room's a bit much, no? Master Tonedo truly had a passion for soba, didn't he? For a man like that to be murdered by a soba chef is simply unthinkable. And yet, the accused had ample motive. For in the victim's safe, we discovered the deed to the accused's shop. Mr. Wet was to inherit Wet Soba when he lost his father recently. However, it's believed the victim stole the shop's deed during the transfer process. The prosecution believes the accused killed the victim in order to get the deed back. Great, that's a pretty good motive. A murder over the deed of a shop. That does sound like a plausible motive. So that's what this case is about. I wish Simon had filled me in a little better. It could have contributed more than just 1,000 buckets of cold sweat if he had. Defense. From your demeanor, I gather you know very little about the details of this case. Well, you see, you are dishonoring the soul of the victim by appearing in the courtroom unprepared. You are an embarrassment to your profession. You putrid egg yolk. Eek. I'm sorry. Paulo's a red pepper and now I'm an egg yolk? We've only just started and I'm already being demoted from spring check. I'm ready to call my witness, Your Honor. Let us listen to the words of the one who was present when the crime was discovered. Someone who was there when the victim's body was found. Very well. Witness, please take the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Simon Blackwell, prosecutor. Prosecutor Blackwell? You didn't tell me you were gonna take the stand. There simply wasn't time. There was definitely time. Just a quick little mention of, hey, I'm gonna take the stand. What a shame, Prosecutor Blackwell. Had you shared the damning scene you witnessed beforehand with the defense, we could have moved this trial along and saved the victim's soul that much faster. The damning scene? What in the world did Simon see? Prosecutor Sadamahi, was it? Before I give my testimony, there's something I'd like to confirm. By all means. This case involves rakugo, a very traditional form of Japanese comedic storytelling. Do you have enough knowledge of this art form to handle the case competently? Are you implying that I am not qualified for this case? Not yet. I am simply trying to ascertain your familiarity with the topic for now. It is a prosecutor's duty to learn the background of any case he takes on. I did some research on rakugo last night and have grasped the overall idea of it. Humph. How much could you possibly grasp in a single night? Rakugo is a form of entertaining storytelling that originated in the land of Japan. In it, the storyteller sits alone on stage with only a fan and towel as. The rakugo artist tells long whimsical stories, giving each character a voice. This traditional art is originally invented by the monks to make sermons more interesting. Are you satisfied? If not, I could explain the 12 types of endings to such stories. Or shall I perform the famous story of Jujumu instead? It appears you have put it in a bit of it appears you have put in a bit of study. Your acknowledgement is most welcome, Prosecutor Blackwell. I can see why you are known for being quite thorough in your research, prosecutor. Now, I would love to see you perform that story you mentioned, if you don't mind. If that is your Honor's request. We don't have time for this. Your Honor, could we please get back to the trial? Oh, right, of course. I nearly forgot. Seriously? Of all the things you to forget. Ahem. Now then, back to the case. Prosecutor Blackwell, please tell this court what you witnessed. Sidetracked already. You know what? I'm gonna be back. Just give me a few seconds. Alright, I'm back. What Simon saw. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. I went straight to Master Tonetto's dressing room to say hello. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Master Tonetto's junior disciple, Uendo, apparently then entered the room soon after. That's when Uendo discovered Master Tonetto's body. Now, wait just a minute here, Prosecutor Blackwell. With testimony like that, you're practically accusing Mr. Wet of the crime. All I can do is state what I saw. I can't help how it appears. But a qualified and capable attorney such as you should be able to dispatch with it, right? Well, yeah, duh. Alright. I guess I'd better start by getting all the info out of him that I can. Okay. I went to the theater yesterday and arrived at approximately 4 p.m. Prosecutor Blackwell, what did you go to the theater for in the first place? I went because I had received an invitation from Master Tonetto. Here, see for yourself. It was a special show commemorating his junior disciple Uendo's promotion. It was also an occasion to announce the boy's succession to the stage name of Unedo 2. So what exactly does it mean to succeed to a stage name? You really don't know, do you? In the performing arts, a name succession is when an artist inherits a predecessor's name. I see. So there was another Uendo, Rakugo artist before, and his disciple succeeded him, huh? And what exactly did your invitation say? It contained a simple letter of salutations and an outline of the show's program. Oh, it appears Taifo Tonetto was going to perform Toku Soba or Time Soba. He's famous for his masterful pantomime of eating soba, using only his fan as a prop. And Uendo was to form Soba Se or Soba Glutton, as soba-themed show, I see. It seems you know a thing or two about Rakugo yourself, your baldness. The first to perform was the senior disciple, Geru, followed by Uendo. And lastly, Master Tonetto. I see, so that's why you happened to be at the Storyteller's Theater yesterday. So, what happened after you arrived? I went straight to the Master Tonetto's, oh my god, dressing room to say hello. And how did Master Tonetto appear when you said hello to him? I went with the intention of greeting him, but ultimately we didn't actually meet. You didn't see him? Why not? Geru escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakugo being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. You heard Rakugo being performed in the dressing room? Yes, not just me, but Geru as well. In other words, you can confirm that the victim was still alive at around 4 p.m. Correct. I couldn't hear him clearly though. Clearly through the doors, but I'm sure it was Master Tonetto. I could tell because it was the time soba routine being performed in there. So that means the victim was killed sometime after that. Bucky went into the dressing room thereafter, only to come storming out a while later. Please tell us in detail how Mr. Wet appeared at the time. Garu and I were waiting in the hallway for Master Toneto to finish practicing. When Bucky appeared and entered the dressing room with his things, what happened after that? We heard what sounded like Bucky shouting inside the room. About 10 minutes later, Bucky came back out of the dressing room looking rather irate. This is most likely when the murder was committed. The victim was an elderly man. It would have been entirely possible to kill him within the span of 10 minutes. Ugh. I'd better come up with some kind of counter-argument and fast. Master Toneto's junior disciple, Uendo, apparently then entered the room soon after. What do you mean by apparently? Didn't you see him go in? No, I couldn't. I wasn't able to see the dressing room door from where I was standing at the time. But Garu was right in front of it, so I'm sure she saw it all. I see. And why do you suppose Uendo went to the dressing room anyway? He had just finished his routine, so he was making a courtesy call. A disciple is to pay their master respect right before and after each performance. And all disciples are expected to do this? Yes, it's common courtesy among Ragoku artists. I see. Could you tell us what happened after Uendo went into the dressing room? Certainly. That's when Uendo discovered Master Toneto's body. And how did Uendo act at the time? After Uendo had been in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes. We heard a scream from inside the room and Uendo came flying out. Did you hear any signs of a struggle at that time? No, just Uendo's woeful scream. I see. Well done, Prosecutor Blackwell. Your testimony has given us quite a glimpse into the sequence of events. Thank you, Prosecutor Blackwell, and now, please allow me to summarize your testimony. While Prosecutor Blackwell and Garu were in the hallway waiting for Master Toneto, the accused came along and entered the dressing room with some items in tow. He was heard shouting for a time inside the dressing room, and about 10 minutes later he came back out of the room, seeming rather angry. A short time after the accused had come and gone, Uendo Toneto went into the dressing room. A few minutes later, after having discovered the victim's body, Uendo gave a scream and came running out into the hallway from within. Prosecutor Blackwell and Garu then ran into the room and saw the body for themselves. From the circumstances, it is quite clear that the accused murdered the victim. This is crucial testimony indeed. Defense. An eyewitness has been conclusive testimony. Why not let it all go now and allow the victim his last rites? Not on your life. If Uendo went into the dressing room too, and was the first to discover the body, then who's to say he didn't commit the crime? Uendo was in the dressing room for a mere 2, perhaps 3 minutes. He could not have possibly committed murder in that time, nor without making any noise. Oh, Simon, why did you give that awful testimony? Prosecutor Blackwell, can't you give me something a little better to work with here? Isn't it up to you to ask the right questions? I'm certainly willing to tell you all that I know. So, if you truly are as capable as you claim, then draw out what you need yourself. This is no time for your twisted games, Prosecutor Blackwell. Just admit you don't remember it all that well. Prosecutor Blackwell, watching you conclude with the defense like this, I see that you are no prosecutor. Begone, witness. You shall haunt the sacred hall no more. Humph. How dare you treat me like some evil spirit to be exorcised? I'll remember this, you blackguard. Don't worry, Prosecutor Blackwell. I've got this. Would I have my way, he would not be the only one here to step down. You half-boiled putrid egg yolk. Ew, I object to the notion that I'm a gooey, smelly mess. Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony was like the lowly opening act of Rakoku show. He may hold the title of prosecutor, but this time he stood on the side of the defense. To restore balance to this trial, I would like to present an actual witness for the prosecution. And who is this witness? The person who was with Prosecutor Blackwell when the body was discovered. She is another entertainer of the Tenedo School, Miss Garo Tenendo. Girl, you're giving me flashbacks from the circus trial forever ago, and I don't like it. Please state your name and occupation, witness. Hello, everyone. I'm here to represent the Tenedo School with a twisty twist. And balloon. There you have it, a stunning balloon hat. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Garu Tendo. Just call me Garu, sweetie. 1, 2, balloon. What a way to capture your audience attention. You better not be staring at her boobs, Judge. I dare say I can't take my eyes off those balloons. Please tell me you're talking about the hat, Your Honor. Oh, Mr. Judgy, I'm so glad you like my performance. Would you consider joining my fan club? Pretty please? Oh, absolutely. And please save your fanboying for after the trial, Your Honor. Anyway, Garu, I can't help but notice you seem awfully cheerful for someone having to lose your master. Of course I'm sad, but Shisho would scold me if you didn't put on a big smile. Never show sadness. Smile, smile, smile with a twist. And balloon. There you have it, one gorgeous cake. I see. I guess an entertainer's gotta do what an entertainer's gotta do. Her balloon art's worse than a Rorschach test, all I saw was a severed monster head. Gary, you're obviously a balloon artist. So, did you come to be a member of Rakoku's school? How did you become a member? Well, my father, my late father that is, was a Rakoku artist, you see. So I joined the Tenedo school to be just like my daddy someday. I see. My father and I owe so much to Shisho, our master, but that Bucky Wheat. Oh, how could he? I want to see him pay for what he's done as quickly as possible. Your distress is entirely understandable, and my condolence is to your loss. And not only that, but you have to say more to say about Mr. Wheat? Every time he comes to deliver soba to us, he yells at me. He always tells me to get away. Is there any reason why he would say such a thing to you? He says the smell of my perfume will get into his soba and ruin it. Like, how can he say that? This is a great scent. Humph. How very rude of him. I don't blame you for being upset. Excuse me, Your Honor, but please don't let Guerrero's balloons bias your judgment. Mr. Wet hasn't been proven guilty yet, remember? Humph. It will be interesting to see how long that fire of yours will last, defense. Now then, Guerrero, please share the truth with this court. Yes, Guerrero. Your testimony, please. From 4 p.m. till little after 4:20 p.m., when Shisho's body was found, Simon and I were standing in the hallway in the front of the dressing room. Before Uendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Judge Moo was barking like mad. Prosecutor Blackwell, do you have any objections to this witness's testimony? No. Make up your bloody mind, sad monk, Sadamahi. First you exorcise me, now this. You need only do as you are instructed by his humble servant of the Holy Mother. As there are no objections, Your Honor, let us move on to the salvation of the victim's soul. Hey, I'm the defense attorney here, Prosecutor Sadamahi. And I just happen to have an objection or two once I actually cross-examine the witness. So, what are you asking Prosecutor Blackwell for? I'm the one you should be checking with. There is a passage in the sacred scriptures of Kurinism. To stir the wind is beyond the power of a spring chicken. In other words, the inexperienced are useless. With that in mind, it seemed more judicious to consult Prosecutor Blackwell. Well, if she's inexperienced, how is she gonna become experienced if you don't give her a chance? Ha ha ha. He doesn't even see you as an adversary, Sykes-Dono. Well, I won't let either of you insult me. I'll show you I'm no inexperienced spring chick. Your Honor, I'm ready to cross-examine the witness. I hope you can make Prosecutor Sadamahi see you as a worthy adversary, Miss Sykes. I'll allow your cross-examination, so you'd better strike while the iron is hot. Before the murder was discovered. from 4 p.m. to little after 4:20 p.m. when Shisho's body was found. Simon and I were standing in the hallway in front of the dressing room. Before Uendo discovered the body, the only person who had gone in there was Bucky. Come to think of it, a little while before Bucky showed up, Judge Moo was barking like mad. What does that mean? Judge Moo? That's my doggy. I keep him at the theater. Let's see. With a twisty twist twist! And Balloon! There you have it. My cute little Judge Moo. He's kinda creepy looking. Oh, but he's a really, really good boy. And why was Judge Moo barking? Do you think it's because he saw someone suspicious? If so, then we'd have a new suspect in this case. Now, why was he barking again? Oh, I remember. Because it was time for me to feed him. So I went into his yard and gave him some food. Couldn't somebody have slipped into the dressing room while you were doing that? Nope, the door out into the yard was wide open. I would have seen if anyone went into the dressing room. Prosecutor Blackquill, come down to the stand for a sec, please. How many times must I do this? You saw that Garu was talking, what Garu was talking about, right? So, why didn't you mention it before? I can't be expected to remember every minute detail. Well, remember them now, please. Did Garu go out into the yard? Yes, I remember now that she went to feed Judge Moo. And I saw her looking towards the dressing room quite frequently as well. Do you recall anything else? It looked as though she were feeding the dog a great quantity of dumplings or something. Judge Moo couldn't finish them all, so he buried the rest in a corner of the yard. That's about all I remember. It looks like Garu was telling the truth. Your Honor, I'd like Garu's last statement added to her testimony. As you wish, defense. I was in the yard, but the door was wide open, so I could keep watch on the dressing room. Let me see. Door was wide open. How could you keep an eye on the dressing room? Because if you were near the food bowl, then you couldn't really see through either the door or the window over there.
Objection!
So you were able to keep an eye on the dressing room while you were out in the yard? Is that correct? That's right. The door out into the yard was wide open. Sorry, but that makes zero sense. Take a look at this diagram of the backstage area. There is a clear contradiction between this diagram and the witness's testimony. Oh? I'm afraid I don't understand, Miss Sykes. Please point out what contradicts the witness's testimony. The door? Garu was in the yard near the doghouse. Prosecutor Blackquill even saw her there. And while she was out there, the door to the yard had been left open. Ah, I see. I wasn't even reading that. That was just my reaction. Ah, I see. Yes, if the door to the yard was wide open, as Garu said, It would have blocked her view, making it impossible for her to see the dressing room. What? No way! But even if there were admittedly a few moments Guerra was not keeping watch, how much would that really affect this case? It would greatly affect this case. From the spot Prosecutor Blackwell stood, he couldn't see the dressing room door either. Anyone could have entered the dressing room during that time without being seen. Eek! Garu, why did you try to hide the fact that you weren't watching the dressing room? What? I hide the fact. You speak as though you think she had something to do with the murder. Rather than deliberate deception, it was more likely a simple oversight. Right, witness? Well, I was so shocked by what happened, I was just confused, that's all. Even though she's trying to keep up a brave front as an entertainer, the truth is that she is being torn apart by grief. For her mind to be in turmoil is hardly unexpected. Yes, it must be very difficult indeed. To a disciple, she's master to akin to a real parent. Surely her shock is immense. The way this lawyer tries to pin the blame on this poor soul at the first opportunity. All I can say is, defense attorneys are heartless creatures indeed. But I wasn't. That wasn't what I was trying to do. It is beyond your comprehension, defense. Your unskilled argument is scarring this witness even further. And if we asked the people of this courtroom, I am surely they would agree. What? The gallery doesn't get a say in this. Are you afraid to find out that they think ill of you, or that perhaps you are in the wrong? Listen to them now, with that keen sense of hearing you are so proud of. He's right. That was harsh. She didn't have to go that far. I feel kind of sorry for this witness. And why is the lawyer's outfit so yellow? No, I was just trying to find the truth. Why is the whole gallery siding with Prosecutor Sadamahi? The people understand. They know what is right and what is wrong. That lawyer's still in training, isn't she? Why is she here? I hear the voices of the gallery. I can hear the voices of their hearts. It's so intense. I feel so alone up here, fighting by myself. Are you afraid, child? It is ludicrous to come to trial with such paltry preparation of the soul. I command you to leave this courtroom at once. But I can't give up. I have to keep pressing on. As long as there was a moment when nobody was watching the dressing room door. The defendant can't be convicted solely on Prosecutor Blackwell and Garu's testimonies. Humph. Even now you would continue to resist. You are childish in defeat as... You are childish in defeat as well, I see. I'm not out of the count yet, Buster. I'm just getting started. Despite your posturing, is it not true that your resolve could crumble at any moment? With but a little push, you would surely succumb to despair. A little push such with this piece of conclusive evidence. Conclusive evidence, huh? That is correct. We found a critical piece of evidence at the scene of the crime. The victim's dying message, which clearly implicates the accused, Bucky Wet. Look at these Japanese playing cards, known as karuta, lined up on the table. The special English version Karuta cards spell out a message. That message, wheat number 4. Oh, wheat number 4? You mean wheat noodle number 4? Yes, wheat noodle number 4, as the 4th head chef of the wheat soba is also known. This message points to none other than the accused, Bucky Wheat. No! That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Wow, great job, Mr. Prosecutor. Oh no, this is really, really bad. What do I do? What do I do? Yeah, it's pretty bad. Would you still carry on your futile fight in the face of this irrefutable evidence? You can say whatever you want, but I won't. It is cruel to give the accused false hope. You will only compound his suffering. Wise people in the courtroom, do you not agree? He's right. It's cruel to make him suffer when there's conclusive evidence. What an incompetent noob. I feel bad for the victim and the defendant. What? I'm just trying to prove Mr. Wheat's innocent here. I know you can hear the defense. Their voices implore you to save the accused soul. It is time for you to let go and move on, your inexperienced lawyer. You lack the competence with which to accomplish anything meaningful here. Is he right? Is this too much for me to handle on my own? What good is she doing anybody? She should just quit now. Gah. Now, defense, leave everything to this humble servant of the Holy Mother.
Silence.
He's trying to use your keen sense of hearing against you to manipulate the trial, Athena. What a cheap trick for a supposedly holy man. Simon. And you fop doodles in the gallery. Can't a man watch a trial in peace? This inexperienced amateur is about to turn the trial around. Does the prosecutor really think she can turn things around? The mood in this courtroom is starting to change. Prosecutor Blackwell, what are you doing at the defense's bench? Humph. I grew bored of watching from the gallery. Besides, if I were to leave this trial to the spring chick and lose my favorite soba shop in the process, I will be quite cross. You voluntarily stand on the side of impurity and sin. Truly, what a fool you are. To think you were so easily manipulated by his parlor tricks. Whatever happened to qualified and capable Athena? I just let my guard down a little bit, but it won't happen again. Humph. Then gird up your loins and steel yourself for battle. I'm not girding up anything in this skirt, but I am ready to get serious. It seems there are not yet another soul I must cast down into hell. I was in prison for a long time, and hell sounds no worse than cell, to be honest. Ah, but the fires of hell will not be the end of your suffering. For the sin you have committed, you shall surely be reborn as a panda in your next life. A white and black reverse panda, that is. And you shall be put in a zoo to be exposed to public ridicule. A threat like that won't work on Prosecutor Blackwell. After all, he's already used to be looked like a panda in this life. Who are you calling a panda? Sorry. I see that you are both prepared to face the fires of damnation. Garu, thank you for your service. You may step down now. Okie dokie. Bye-bye, balloon. Does everything have to be about balloons with her? Now then, I have a witness prepared to testify about the Karuda cards. And who's the witness this time? The first to discover the body, and someone who witnessed the crime scene firsthand. Mr. Uendo Tenedo. The time has come for that ponytailed pair over there to finally let it all go and move on. Very well. Let's bring in this witness then. Witness, please state your name and occupation. I am Rakoku Storyteller, Uendo Tenedo. Even if my performance isn't worth watching, I will certainly watch my words. I wouldn't want to say anything thoughtless to get arrested. After all, that'd be a raku no-no, hee hee. Thank you everyone, buddy, good night. You can't leave yet, you've just introduced yourself. Oh my. Are you a fan of mine, miss? Would you like my autograph? One moment. Ow! What do you think you're doing? No need to stand on ceremony. My fan deserves a fan, after all. A fan for a fan. Nice one, hehe. Oh, why if it isn't Simon? How are you on this fine day, sir? Quite a dilly of a pickle we found ourselves in, wouldn't you say? I don't believe I've ever seen you talk quite so much, Uendo. Never performed in a place like this, you know. I got butterflies here. Can't you see? Hee hee. Why do I always get the weird ones? I think everyone gets the weird ones. Pardon me, witness. As much as I enjoy your banter, I believe we had better return to the case at hand. Ah, I suppose you're right. In that case, I was promoted to Futatsume yesterday and received the stage name of Uendo. The show was our way of celebrating my new name and middle rank standing, And then that happened. Ha. I never dreamed something like that would happen, not in a million years. And just as I got my chance to start repaying my debt to Shisho too. Yeah, plus I'm worried about Geru. The way she clung to Shisho, poor thing, I told her to keep a stiff upper lip. Stiff like rigor mortis. Keep telling those lame jokes and Shisho will come scold you from the grave. I wouldn't mind getting yelled at, you know, if it meant seeing him again. Uendo, please, as charming as your various characters are, this isn't a Rakoku stage. Let us hear your testimony now, witness. Tell the court about the evidence left at the scene, the proof of the accused guilt. I noticed Shisho's dying message right away. The stiff cards were right there next to the stiff, you see? Hey now, enough with the silly puns already, hee hee. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. That's what the master final message left as he was drowning in soba broth. It's so like Shisho not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple wasn't his style. See, that was certainly a more entertaining testimony than usual. The variety of characters performed by the witness was absolutely splendid. But he shouldn't be performing any characters in the first place, Your Honor. Innuendo, the murder weapon hasn't been determined yet. So how can you say the victim was drowned in soba broth? It's obvious. All you have to do is look at the crime scene. He was found with his face shoved in a bowl. It's only natural to assume he was drowned in the broth of the noodles. Except they're not here to assume that we're not here to assume things. Uendo, so please stick to just the facts. My, it's so like a soba chef to kill someone this way, wouldn't you say? And with the Karuta message he left behind, it's clear Bucky Wheat did it. Setting aside the issue of the murder weapon for now, that dying message certainly does seem to be irrefutable evidence. Indeed, it proves the absolute guilt of the accused. Even I've got to admit that I can't see how that message could mean anything else. Bucky used Sova for the deed, all to get back the soba shop deed. What is this setup? It's like sitting on like so many bags. This testimony makes Mr. Wheat look super guilty. I have to do something. That's his conclusive evidence? What a farce. What do you mean, Simon? What's this? I thought you said you weren't planning on asking me for help. I did, and I won't. Thank you very much. Simon must have found an inconsistency in the testimony. I'd better listen carefully and try to see what he found. I noticed she shows dying message right away. The stiff card's right there next to the stiff, you see. Hey now, enough of the silly puns already, hee hee. Anyway, I got the meaning right away. I knew it must have been talking about Bucky. That was the master's final message, left as he was drowning in soba broth. It's so like Shisho not to write Bucky's name outright. Plain and simple wasn't his style. Suffocation, nothing was found in his lungs. Well, then it wasn't the broth. Nothing was found in his lungs.
Objection!
The witness's statement is absolute nonsense, Your Honor, and this evidence proves it. Wild guess incoming. Widget, shush! You're not supposed to tell. That strange device says you're really thinking, doesn't it, Miss Sykes? In other words, the only real nonsense here is your wild guess, isn't it? Oh. Okay. Is that not it? How is that not it? Like that's all that there is. That he didn't drown in the soba broth.
Objection!
Okay, I guess I just presented the wrong thing. Right, I did the crime scene instead of the autopsy report. That's my mistake. There's a contradiction in Uendo's testimony. And would you care to explain where, Miss Sykes? Certainly, Your Honor. According to the autopsy report, nothing unusual was found in the victim's lungs. And yes, it does say that, doesn't it? If he had drowned in a bowl of soba, then there should have been soba broth in his lungs. But since there wasn't any, it means the victim was suffocated with something other than the soba broth. What? This is the contradiction you noticed, isn't it, Simon? Heh, not bad. Not bad at all. Heh heh heh. I guess I showed you. But if drowning in soba broth wasn't the cause of death, then when was the victim's face thrust into the bowl? Taifu Toneda's face was thrust into the bowl after the murder. It's the only conclusion. Because no soba broth was discovered in the victim's lungs. His head must have been placed into the bowl after he was killed. And that's when the soba broth must have been spilled onto the Karuta cards. In other words, the victims could not have lined up the cards. In other words, the victim could not have lined the cards up as he was drowning. I see. So it was after he was already dead. But why would the culprit do such a thing? I'm afraid I don't know yet. Heh. You boast of psychological expertise, yet you cannot determine such a simple motive. My sides are liable to split at the absurdity. What, and I suppose you know why? Of course, desecrating the body in that manner indicates a strong sense of enmity of the part of the perpetrator. Yes, that does make sense. It certainly paints a clear picture of the culprit's intense feelings towards the victim. Feelings of resentment over the theft of the soba shop's deed, no doubt. Just great. Now the judge has even more unfavorable impression of Bucky.
Silence.
Must you come undone at every conjecture? If the culprit had time enough to set up Master Toneda's body, do you think they would have honestly failed to notice the dying message? Good point. The cards were right in front of the body after all. Rationally speaking, there's no way the culprit could have missed that, huh? But was the accused rational at the time, given the way he stormed out of that room?
Silence.
Never mind that. I have something more important to ask you, Endo. Me? You saw the Karuta cards firsthand, did you not? Would you care to tell us about them in a bit more detail? Those tiny crime scene photos show us precious little of what I wish to know. Well, those cards are from Shisho's special soba scenes of Tokyo Past Set. Each card is related in some way to soba. Spare me the history lesson. Just tell me how the cards looked at the scene, and no more. Well, there was soba broth spilled all over them. That's not much help, I'm afraid. Prosecutor Sadamahi, do you have a photo that shows the cards more clearly? I do. Please accept this uh, major offering, Your Honor. Oh my, what delightful looking cards. Wavy Hound Equipment Traditional Nostalgic Ouch 4. Well, well. Tearing prosecutor Sad Monk's conclusive evidence apart should be a breeze with this. Huh? Don't tell me you haven't noticed. Don't be silly. Of course I have. Not noticed anything, but I can't exactly say that now, can I? Miss Sykes, do you really see a problem with the prosecution's claim about these cards? Well, go on then. Alright. It's do or die. All I have to do is study the picture and these cards. Well, considering how they looked, the spill doesn't really seem to properly match up with the cards themselves, which means they were rearranged. These cards were rearranged, but how can you tell? Please take a good look at these cards, Your Honor. The answer is right in front of us. Where exactly should we be looking, Miss Sykes? The soba broth stains. Please focus your attention to the soba broth stains on these cards. The outline of the stains don't match up with the larger stain on the table. Oh, would you look at that? You're absolutely right. And please recall that soba broth was spilled and got on the cards after the murder, when the victim's face was placed in the bowl. Yes, go on. By the stains, we can see that the culprit deliberately rearranged the cards after that. In other words, this message was altered in order to pin the crime on my client. What? Then, if we put the cards back in their original positions, we can restore the evidence and see who the cards were really pointing toward. That's true. Then what are we waiting for? Let's do this. All I have to do is rearrange the cards so that the stains match up. Let's see. Where was this W card originally? Looks like it was in the second position. Perfect. Okay, the H card is next. Let's see. Where was this H card originally? Looks like right down in the last position. Yes, now the E card. Let's see. Where was this E card originally? Third position. A perfect match. Next is the T card. Let's see. Where was the T card originally? Looks like the second to last. Great. That fits right in there. Now the N card. Let's see. Where was the N card originally? Right in the fourth position. There. That looks good. Now O. Let's see. Where was the O card originally? First position. Nice. Almost done now. The last card is 4. Let's see. Where was the 4 card originally? In the 5th position. 0-4? So the message, wheat number 4, was originally supposed to say 0-4th. And this original message is our clue to the identity of the true culprit. What? Heh, that indignant look on Prosecutor Sad Monk's face is positively priceless. This is absurd. So it was originally 0-4th. It wasn't wheat 4th, number 4. Maybe the lawyer is smarter than we give her credit for. Order in the court. Well, I never would have imagined that there was more to these cards than meets the eye. So, now that that's settled, what does this 0-4th mean? Wait, am I? Who else do you suppose is to provide an explanation? Of course it's you. But I hadn't thought that far ahead. Change the cards around all you'd like, but if you cannot explain what the message means, then it is as worthless as you are, defense. No. Athena isn't worthless. Come on now. So the spring chick that fancies itself a graceful swan is brought back down to earth. I have to do something, but what? Still, your thoughts for a second. There's a perfectly good witness to question over there. Oh, right. That's a good idea. Come on, Athena. Get a hold of yourself. Uendo, does the phrase 0-4th mean anything to you? No, there's no one named Owen in the Toneto family, or our circle of friends. Go ahead, ask anybody you'd like. You can't be serious. Having rummaged through your empty mind, I see you have, as expected, turned up nothing.
Silence.
I'm afraid I have no idea who the devil this 0-4th is either. But the fact remains that the cards were rearranged to pin the blame on Mr. Wheat. That in itself proves that the defendant isn't the real culprit. Prosecutor Blackwell is right. Besides, the important question here is not who does the message point to, but rather who rearranged the cards. Tisk, why didn't you point that out earlier if you already knew? Sorry. In any case, there were 2 opportunities for someone to rearrange the cards. The first was Mr. Wheat entered the dressing room, and the second was Uendo discovered the body. Are you accusing me of rearranging the cards? Me, who came to testify out the goodness of my heart? Well, you didn't exactly come running out screaming straight away, did you? Even a mere 2 or 3 minutes is more than enough time to get up to some devilry. So, what exactly were you doing in there, Uendo? Uh-huh. Put down the tea and spit out your answer. Eep, Mr. Prosecutor. What's a guy supposed to do at a time like this? Silence is more precious than diamonds, witness. Therefore, you need only stay silent. The defense is devious. They are waiting for you to make a slip of the tongue. Oh, I see. So that's what you're after, isn't it? In that case, Your Honor, I decide not to say another word. Very good. After all, your right to remain silent is protected by law. Well, Prosecutor Blackwell, any other brilliant ideas you'd like to share? Hehehe. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that, Sykes Dono? A Rakugo artist who's afraid to speak. Who's ever heard of such a thing? Are you trying to taunt him into talking? Such a petty trick will never work. That's right. I'm not going to fall for it. I'm only asking to hear your story. Besides, is it not your job to tell your tales if there is an audience to listen? Even so, I have the right to refuse to answer. The more you keep quiet, the more we want you to talk. That's simply human nature. Isn't that right? People of the gallery. I don't know what... Oh, sorry, I was just looking at messages quickly. Even with this wonderful audience in front of you, you still refuse to talk. If so, then perhaps you choose the wrong line of work, my friend. Are you saying I should quit? Because I'm not afraid to speak my mind, I'll have you know. Oh no, never mind what I just said. It is scary to talk, it's absolutely terrifying. But no, as a Rakugo artist, I must talk. If I don't, how will I ever show my face on stage again? Your Honor, I'm ready to testify. He did it. He managed to convince Uendo with his power of suggestion technique. Bully for you, Uendo. That's as a real Rakugo artist should be. Alright. If the witness wishes to testify, then all means please do. To be turned by such an obvious ploy, what a man of weak spirit. In the dressing room. After my performance, I wished to visit Shisho. I recalled to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over the table motionless. From what I can tell, there do not appear to be any inconsistencies in testimony. Of course there aren't any, because I'm not trying to hide anything. Prosecutor Sadama, he's right. I don't see anything inconsistent either. But I did pick up on some faint discord in Uendo's heart. Humph. Ponder all you like, defense, but it is pointless. Your Honor, I believe there is no need for further deliberation. I disagree, Your Honor. I detected discord in the voice of the witness's heart. That's a clear indication that Uendo is facing some sort of inner turmoil. Are you saying what I think you're saying, Miss Sykes? Yes, Your Honor. The defense would like to conduct a quick therapy session on the witness. Uendo, there is no need for you to submit to the so-called therapy. It's fine by me. I have nothing to hide. Bring it on. Impetuous fool. Why will you not listen to the guidance of this humble servant of the Holy Mother? If the witness wishes to proceed, I see no problem, prosecutor. Hehehe. In one ear and out the other. It seems this performer has no need for your so-called guidance, Prosecutor Sadmonk. Just know this, Uendo. Your folly will surely earn your defined retribution. Thanks, Simon. I'm going to make the most of this opportunity you created for me. Heh, just keep your wits about you. I will. Yuendo, could you tell us again what happened in the dressing room? After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I entered the dressing room, I saw Shisho slumped over on the table motionless. Hmm. Actually, isn't why aren't they surprised? Because I get being sad seeing that he's slumped over motionless, but shouldn't that cause for surprise as well? Yuendo, I'm noticing something strange with these emotions. Some thin stranger with cheesy toned skin, you say? No, something strange with these emotions. How could you have heard something stranger with cheesy toe skin? I don't know. Maybe it's me who got some cheese in my ears. Did he will the floor to open up and swallow his cushions out of shame for that bad joke? The point I'm trying to make is that I noticed something unexpected in your emotions. Now stop hiding and come where we can see you. Bailiff, please bring the witness a few replacement cushions. So, what was this unexpected thing you noticed? Oh, come on. His Honor said a few cushions, not a few dozen. Now that we've all had a good laugh, please continue, Miss Sykes. Who's laughing? Focus, Athena. Don't let yourself get rattled. When you entered the room and saw your master slumped motionless over the table, you weren't the least bit shocked, Yuendo. Don't you think that's a little odd? Sorry, just sending a quick message. Is it though? The lack of surprise means you were prepared for what you saw. And I think I know why. The reason Yuendo wasn't shaken when he saw his master's dead body is because he was zoned out, he has an entertainer's guts. He knew about his master's death. Hmm. See, I go straight to he knew about his master's death. I feel like that's the most logical. Because even the entertainers get things. Like, we've had so many cases of entertainers, and they've always had big reactions anyway. And Even if you were zoned out, like, you would have realized what was going on eventually. Uendo, I think maybe the reason you weren't shaken was because you already knew you would find your master dead. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. What? What kind of thing is that to say? You've got it all wrong. Oh right, I just remembered something. I thought Shisho was just sleeping when I first saw him, hee. Well, I guess that helps your case at least a little bit. You thought he was sleeping? It sounds plausible, but... What made you think he was asleep? Well, he had his head and arms up on the table, as if he were taking a nap. Oh, and one other thing. There was that note, too. A note? What note? Ah, he must be talking about this. Resting, do not disturb. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting, do not disturb. Yes, that's the note I saw. And nobody thought to mention that? After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisho was napping? That is a pretty reasonable assumption. You've got to be kidding me. Taifu's note added to the court record. But it also seems to be ripped, so there's more on that note. That's right, I saw this note, so that's why I thought Shisho was asleep. I want to change my testimony to include that statement. Alright, I'll run an update. After my performance, I went to visit Shisho. I called to him from outside the room, but he didn't reply. When I opened the door, I thought he was sleeping. But something seemed off, so I rushed over to him. Why are you mad all of a sudden? I was shocked to find him dead. I couldn't believe my eyes. Well, I think this is the inconsistency. Uendo, I noticed something funny about your emotions again. Funny, you say? I guess an entertainer of my caliber can make people laugh even with my emotions. I didn't mean that kind of funny. Quite the opposite, actually. When you entered the dressing room, I see that you suddenly felt anger. What I want to know is, what made you feel angry all of a sudden? What? Let's see. Oh yeah, now I remember. As I was going in, I whacked my little piggy on something. I was annoyed at my own clumsiness, hee. I can relate a little bit too well to that. Wait, you mean you stubbed your pinky toe? Just a little bump on my little piggy. No big deal. It's embarrassing, really. It sounds more like he's hiding something. I'd better dig a bit deeper. No need to be embarrassed, Uendo. But I'm afraid it's something we do need to look into. I don't really see anything you could have stubbed your toe on. In the area around the dressing room door in this picture. A little step, I think. Kinda hard to see. But maybe there was something there at the time. Uendo, what exactly did you stub your toe on? What an irrelevant question. I think it's a pretty important one if it looks like there's nothing to stub your toe on. You dishonored the soul of the victim with these unnecessary delays. You tell her, really. Who doesn't stub their toe every once in a while? You really gotta fuss over every small detail like this? Well, the thing is, even the most subtle of fluctuations in a person's psyche can clue us in to the truth. That's why it's important to get to the bottom of this question. Plus, if I back down now, who knows what new insult Simon will hurl my way. Is there really no trace left of what Uendo stubbed his toe on by the door? What in the world might have been there then, but is not there now? Very good question. Oh, you want me to, okay. Is not there now. Well, it looks like something's unplugged over here. And considering the fridge is empty with the light on, it's plugged in, which means the TV isn't plugged in. So maybe that was moved recently? Please take a good look at this photo of the crime scene. Do you see it? This long track that goes from the door all the way across the room. Oh. You know, I didn't even realize. Now that you mention it, I do see traces of something getting dragged. And the drag marks end there at the TV. This implies that the TV was originally by the door. I'm convinced that this TV is the object the witness stubbed his toe on. Well, Uendo, how about it? Yes, you're right. It was the TV. There, the noise level dropped again. Yes, I stubbed my pinky toe on the TV. But what of it? Why is this so important to you? So the noise level went down, but it hasn't completely disappeared yet. Which means he's still hiding something. Okay, then let's try this tactic instead. Uendo, why was the TV moved there? Shisho must have moved it so he could watch my routine. But what a place to put it, right in the middle of the doorway like that. I didn't want to bump into it again, so I put it back where it belonged. Performances on stage can be viewed in the dressing room using that TV. That's right. It's a closed-circuit monitor that shows the stage. Seems like important detail. I see. Now what? I can't find anything else out of place. And I still haven't gotten the noise level down to 0 yet. Simon, I'm still getting noise here, but I don't see anything else fishy. Humph. This is precisely why amateurs are such a bother. Sorry. I'm in no mood to play nursemaid here, but if that's what it takes to save the soba shop. Hoi, Uendo. There's a curiosity for you. This table Master Tenendo is slumped over. Looks like it was moved. Did you happen to bump into it while you were moving the TV back? Oh my, yes, you're right. The TV hit the table and Shisha's body moved with a jolt. That's when I first realized that Shisha was dead. Oh, and how scared I was. I see, thank you. Yet you finished moving the TV. We're finally getting a more precise picture of how the body was discovered. But I'd wager you need to put the spurs to Uendo just a trifle longer. Right. I can't keep asking Simon to bail me out like this. It's time for me to regain my footing and really stand on my own. Yuendo, what you said just now about discovering your master's death, could you please describe all of that again for the court in detail? Alright. But before you do, let me just plug in the latest information. Okay, went to visit Shisho, called out for him, didn't reply, opened the door, thought he was sleeping. I tried to enter the dressing room, but stubbed my toe on the TV. When I put the TV back in its normal spot, I realized that Shisho was dead. Seeing him slumped over that cluttered table. Oh, Shisho. Clever table. Should she be surprised? Or should he be surprised about that? Cause sad, yes, but surprised? Like, realizing he was dead, surprise makes sense. But slumped over a cluttered table? That would mean that he would be surprised that the table is cluttered. Which doesn't make that much sense to me. That's odd. After the initial shock of finding the victim dead, you reacted with surprise again. What was it that surprised you, Yuendo? Besides your master's death? What do you mean? What's more, you were even more surprised the second time than the first. What could have surprised you more than finding your late master? Search me. Your little thingy must have made a mistake.
Silence.
The girl is as sharp as a trout, to be sure. But her ability to hear people's emotion is absolute. Now, get to remembering you, Endo. What was it that surprised you? That was a compliment, right? Well, No, we've pushed him too hard, and now he's mentally all over the place. His emotions are completely out of control. Out of control? Care to explain how that's relevant? You know how normally I listen for the hidden emotions in a witness's voice, right? From there, I look for inconsistencies between their testimony and those emotions. But sometimes a person's feelings can run too high, making it hard to get proper readings. So that's how your Matrix program works. Fascinating. Ordinarily, it's just one emotion that runs out of control. But it seems there's nothing ordinary about this time. Nah. Ooh, anger out of control. Oh, and now sadness. Surprise. Anger. Surprise again. And then sadness. Feel like all that adds up now, though. I knew it. What's got your knickers all in a bunch now? Yuendo has multiple emotions running out of control at the same time. I've never seen anything like this, ever. So, how does one bring a situation like this back under control? I'll have to find the root cause of this tangled mess before I can treat him. If I can identify what's causing this emotional rampage, then I can probe Q to dive in further. I'll need to point to what I think is the root cause and hit probe R again. Though the process I can identify exactly what's causing Yuendo so much distress. And that will help bring his emotions back under control. In that case, let's get started, shall we? You're alright, I can't guarantee success, but it's definitely worth a shot. Time to look for the root cause of Yuendo's rampaging emotions. Right. Feels normal. Normal so far. Little bit of clumsiness, but still pretty normal. Normal spawn and realized he was dead. Yeah. Seeing him slumped over like that cluttered table. Oh, shisho. Why does the cluttered table bother him so much? This has to be it. Yeah, no, I think the cards were the thing bothering him. I get it now. The cards were the root of it all. Don't try to deny it. You can't hide your feelings from me. The dying message that was left in the scene of the crime. It was what was causing your distress. And if the dying message was the cause of those feelings, then that means the phrase Owen Forth must mean something to you. Nah. There. Noise level 0 finally. The dying message consists of 2 words, Owen and Forth. But neither of those words have anything to do with this mess. This topic warrants no further argument. How can you be so sure? Sure, there may not seem to be any direct connection between Yuendo and the message. For now. But why don't you wait and decide what's necessary after you hear my theory? Heh, I trust you've hit upon something, Athena? Yep, if my theory is right, we can finally solve the case of Yuendo and the mysterious Owen Forth. Heh, well, go on then. I can already tell this promises to be interesting. Now, please share your theory with the court, Miss Sykes. There is something puzzling to me about Yuendo's out-of-control emotions just now. Namely, that there were 3 distinct reactions present. I had never seen that before, and I wondered how it could be possible. Is there a conclusion to this meandering musing of yours? Hold your horses, I'm getting there. So, could a person flip between 3 distinct emotions of such intensity like a switch? In the end, I concluded that it just wasn't plausible. Ha ha ha. So that's it, is it? A bit unconventional, but I'll grant that it's possible within the realm of psychology. Within the realm of psychology? I'm afraid you'll have to explain it for the old man up here on the bench. Your Honor, my theory is that Yuendo has multiple personalities? think that would make the most sense, because if he was a robot, I feel like there wouldn't be many emotions at all. And I doubt he has supernatural powers. With so many distinct personas, I'm clear to me that Uendo has dissociative identity Uendo has dissociative identity disorder. There we go. What does that mean? Your Honor, the defense would treat this trial as a childish jest. Multiple personality disorder? A preposterous proposition, indeed. Why not? It's an actual thing. Would you not agree, witness? How did she know? How did she figure it out? Pulkanaka. I can't believe it. I did it. I did it, Simon. I've read papers on it before, but to think I'd see a case of it for myself. Blimey, Rakugo artists tell stories as different characters, but as different personalities? Hey you, lawyer the girl. You got a problem with us, huh? No problem at all. This is all very hard to believe. But now that we've established that the witness has multiple personalities, could each of them please introduce themselves to this court? Uendo Tendo. I'm a Rakoku storyteller, as you know. Hello, everybody. Patches, the friendly gesture here. Hee hee. Kaizugawa Curtison. And is that all of you? Yes, that's all of us. So there are 3 personalities in total. Uendo, Patches, and Kaizugawa. Huh. Well, Simon, what do you think now? That you're one lucky duck. Just be glad that they were dense enough to help you out. Can't you just straight up say I did great for a change? Heh. You appear to be quite proud of your self-defense. But all you have done is infringe upon the privacy of the witness. I couldn't disagree more, prosecutor. Now that we know there are 3 personalities, a new way for us to interpret the meaning of a certain piece of evidence has arisen. A new interpretation? Oh, now I'm very curious. What is this piece of evidence you're talking about, Miss Sykes? Knowing what we know about Uendo and his personalities, this now makes perfect sense. The cards, I'm guessing, since we're still on about that? Or I'd assume that we're still on about that? The Karuta cards. That's right, Your Honor. Recall the original dying message left at the scene. We didn't have a clue as to what Owen Forth could have possibly meant. But now, with this new information about Uendo and his personalities, isn't it possible that Owen Forth actually means a secret 4th personality of Uendo's? A personality named Owen? What? Pokka. Uendo must have kept his dissociative identity disorder from us because he didn't want to be associated in any way with that dying message. No, that's not why. We kept our disorder a secret for a different reason altogether. We've been taking advantage of our affliction to act out various Rakugo characters. If word of this got out, well, our reputation as Rakugo artists would be tarnished, as would the Tonedo name. That's why we kept it a secret from everyone except members of the Tonedo school. But really, there's no fourth personality. It's just the three of us here. A plausible enough sounding story. But it doesn't prove you didn't rearrange the cards, does it? But I will concede that it is highly likely that the witness rearranged the cards. As Prosecutor Sadamahi is he actually agreeing with us? However, is it not also plausible that the accused killed Master Tonedo? And then left that message in order to frame the witness. Ugh. And upon noticing the cards when he found the victim's body, Uendo rearranged them. A fantastic tale, but a tale nonetheless. No one outside the Tonedo school knew about Uendo's multiple personalities. Uendo just finished saying so himself. Ah, that is true, but ultimately meaningless point. The witness has only in the dressing room for 2 or 3 minutes. That's far too little time to commit murder, wouldn't you say? Then who's to say he couldn't have done it before his discovery?
Objection.
Ah, that spring chick memory of yours. Have you already forgotten Prosecutor Blackwell's testimony? Simon's testimony? Oh. Guerrero escorted me to the dressing room, but we heard the sound of Rakoku being performed from within. Thinking the master was rehearsing, we decided to wait in the hall until he was done. That's right, until just a few moments before you entered the dressing room. Tafu Noendo was confirmed to still be alive. Ah, no! Not only that, but Uendo was on stage until just before he discovered the body. A bulletproof alibi that I have already confirmed with several audience members. Oh, no! I also heard that this Rogoku performance that day was a steaming pile of... Well, you get the picture. So it wasn't very good. Yes, I'm afraid so. Really stunk up the stage, I did, hee hee. And yet, I have a perfect alibi. Indeed, why not land the Coupe de Grace on the defense by describing your alibi, witness? Okie dokie, Smokey. Okay, before I read the testimony, I need to send another quick uh, message. Sorry about this, guys. I just, like I posted on Instagram, I am busy tomorrow, so of course plans are still being made for tomorrow. So I'm just trying to wrap that all up. So just give me a second. Alright. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed. Well, that gotta have stunk. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that very important show. Man, was your chance too. Yuenda was on stage before he found the body, so he could not have committed this crime. It is time to let it all go, defense, and move on. Nah. Well, get this, Prosecutor Sadamahi. The Wright Anything Agency never gives up. We fight to the bitter end. Feh. Allow me to say this once more. Let it go and move on. And allow me to say once more. I'm never giving up. Let it go and never. This is pointless. You should have taken advantage of this opportunity while you could, you foolish child. Your worthless convictions only serve to prolong the accused suffering. If words will not sway you, then perhaps pain will. Oh no, anything but this. I never understand why he's allowed to do this. The same thing with Francesca. Like, why was she allowed to whip Phoenix? It just... I don't know. Eek, nah. It's like, why doesn't the judge stop this? What's the big idea, Prosecutor Sadamahi? Then again, I feel like the judge is afraid of his own shadow, really. That was but a small dose of punishment for your misguided convictions. Are you now a bit more inclined to giving up as instructed? As if. In that case, you must require another dose. Oh my god, stop it. Thank you. Not bloody likely. Nah. I don't give two flips about your beliefs. But if Sykes-Dona were to submit to you here, I won't be able to eat good soba anymore. That's right. For Mr. Wheat's future and Prosecutor Blackwell's stomach, I will never give up. You will rue those words, defense. Of that I can assure you. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. Sorry, just realized I have at least one more message to send. Do, do, do. The entire audience was my witness. But my performance was a huge bust. Not a single soul laughed. So sad. I'll never be able to live down how terribly I bombed during that very important show. I know it's a bit rubbing it in, but not a single soul? Do you have any idea what went wrong? I'm not sure if it was my performance or if it was just that particular audience. Or maybe it was the story I picked. But every entertainer knows that this kind of thing happens from time to time. I guess that makes sense. Sorry. Still, I wonder how he could have flopped at his own commemorative show. Maybe I should dig into things a bit more. You know what? What did you perform? Because I know we have it written down, but did you perform what you should have performed? Could you tell me which Rakugo story you performed? I could, but I'm not sure if it would mean anything to the uninitiated. Well, even if I may not get it, can't you at least try me? Alright, if you insist. The story is called Tokosoba, other words known as time soba. Time soba, huh? Maybe Uendo's right. He's only said the name of the routine, and I'm already lost. Ah, so you performed time soba, did you? Okay. Let me see. Giera was to perform her balloon act, then Uendo was to do his soba glutton routine, and finally Master Tonedo was to perform the time soba routine. So you didn't perform what you were supposed to perform. What? You know it, Prosecutor Sadamahi? In the course of my studies last night, I became familiar with a number of stories. I must say, Defense, you would do well to prepare better for your next trial. Nuh. Simon, what's time soba about? Humph? Look it up yourself. Allow me to give an overview. The story takes place on a winter's night. A man orders a bowl of soba at a street stall. How you doing, sir? I seem to have gotten a seaweed topped... Okay. Cannot read that fast. Let's just let him go through it. Wow, Prosecutor. The customer talks on and on like this. Finally, when he is done eating, he goes to pay for his soba. So how much do I owe you? That'll be 16 mon, sir. I see. Sorry, but I have only a small change. I'll count the coins in your palm, so could you hold out your hand for me? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hey, what time is it, sir? It's 9, sir. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Thanks and bye. Ha 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 ha. Very well done, Prosecutor Sahamahi. That was excellent. Huh? I don't get it. What's so funny about that? Tisk, don't you see? The customer paid with coins, counting them out one by one. Then, just after counting 8, he asked about the time, and the soba vendor answered with 9. Oh, now I get it. He made the vendor say 9, and then he continued counting from 10. Exactly. He cheated the soba vendor out of 1 mon with his smooth talking. The story continues with another man who saw the whole thing and tries to do the same. But he bungles the trick and ends up paying more than 16 mon for his soba. The story ends on that as the punchline. You can look up the rest of the details yourself. Or I'm sure Prosecutor Sadmonk over there would love to perform it for you after court. So basically, it's a story about a man cheating on his soba bill. That's pretty kind of petty, isn't it? Is that really all you have to say about this classic story? Time soba is such a... Fine, so you studied a lot. But we haven't the time for a lecture detour right now, Prosecutor Sadmonk. Aw, I wanted to hear a little more, but I suppose it is off topic. Getting back to the matter at hand, Miss Sykes, the witness, stated that the story I performed is called Taco Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. Would you like to add this statement to his testimony? Should I have that statement added to the testimony? Definitely have it added. Because he was not supposed to perform Time Soba. He was supposed to perform Soba Glutton or whatever it was called. Yes, Your Honor. I'd like to have it added. Very well. The story I performed is called Taku Soba, otherwise known as Time Soba. With the audience as his witness, Uendo has a pretty unshakable alibi, doesn't he? You're not giving up, are you? Where's that never say die spirit you displayed earlier? Of course I'm not giving up, Simon. I just know Uendo has something to do with this case. But how will you connect him to the crime when he has an alibi as strong as that? I don't know just yet. But I'm going to press his testimony and keep an eye out for contradictions. I was on stage until just moments before I went into the dressing room. The entire audience was my witness. Okay, let's get to that new statement. The story I performed is called Tokusoba, otherwise known as Time Soba, which you weren't supposed to perform. Uendo, isn't there something odd about the routine you performed? Odd? No, I don't think there's anything odd about it. But that's exactly what I find odd. The fact that you don't think it's odd. We are discussing the witness's alibi at the moment, defense. The show's program is completely irrelevant. That's where you're wrong, Prosecutor Sadamahi. The reason being, it contradicts the statement the witness just made. Uendo, do you know what this is? No. What is it? This is an invitation to the show sent from Master Toneto to Prosecutor Blackwell. Included in the invitation is a rundown of the show's program, which clearly states that Time Soda was to be performed by Master Toneto himself. No. Uendo, why did you perform the routine your master was scheduled to do? Well, you see, the reason for that is... How do I say this? You see, let's say it was a prank. That's right. It was just a little joke, you see. Hee. I was trying to surprise Shisho by performing his routine before he did. Or you just wanted to perform that routine yourself, so you got rid of him. You know? Maybe that's why. I don't know if I buy that. Was doing the victim's routine really just for laughs, or... Hey, Didn't Simon happen to hear Time Soba coming from the dressing room during Uendo's performance on stage? It seems like too much of a coincidence. Wait, can it be? What's the matter? You look like a hen with a dozen eggs to lay. So stop comparing me to birds. So what I'm getting here is that Shisho probably wasn't practicing. They were probably just hearing the TV because it was moved so close to the door. Then cease this bird-brained timidity. If something has occurred to you, then lay it out for us already. Don't breed resentment in those watching your performance. Okay. I haven't had a ton of confidence in this theory, but here it goes. It looks like Uendo's alibi checks out, Your Honor, but even though he was on stage at the time, he may have been trying to obfuscate a crucial detail about this case. Are you referring to the Soba bill the man tried to skimp on in the witness's story? I'm not talking about the Rakugo story, Your Honor. Oh, I'm sorry. But then what are you talking about, Miss Sykes? That Uendo may have been trying to deceive us about was the time of the victim's death. Uendo tried to deceive us about the time of the victim's death. What? Eek! What gibberish. Prosecutor Blackwell even testified to the time of the victim's death. I know. But he only testified that way because he and Gyaru had been completely taken in. You mean by the Soba bill thing? Would you please forget about the story for a second, Your Honor? I was deceived? Pray tell, how did Uendo manage to deceive two people while he was performing on stage? That's easy. All he had to do was use a certain prop in the dressing room. Oh, and what might that be? The prop Uendo used was the TV. The TV was used to view what was happening on stage. Prosecutor Blackwell, when you came to the dressing room, what was Uendo doing? He was performing Time Soba. Blast, could it be? Yes, it could, and it was. What you and Gyaru heard was not Master Tonendo practicing his routine. It was Uendo's performance, as heard through the TV's monitor speakers. What? With the TV just inside the inner door of the dressing room, it could easily have heard from the hallway outside. And because he knew that Master Tonendo was scheduled to perform Time Soba, we were easily manipulated into thinking he was still alive at the time rehearsing. Yes, your acknowledgement of the day's program is why the two of you could be fooled this way. Simon, did the voice you heard belong to Master Tonendo? Humph. With the doors in the way, I couldn't tell exactly who the voice belonged to. But because I heard Time Soba, I just assumed it was Master Tonendo. I can't believe I was taken in by such a simple mind game. All of that is mere conjecture. Where is your proof defense? Uendo moved the TV back when he discovered the body. After all, he couldn't very well leave it by the door. Because then someone might figure out the trick he'd been playing. Nah. And there's one more thing about Uendo's actions that's suspicious. And that is the fact that he flopped so badly on such an important occasion. What's so suspicious about that? even pro slip once in a while, you know? But I believe that this time it was intentional. Because Uendo knew it would be strange to hear laughter coming from the dressing room. Oh my! Yipes! It's all just a bit too perfect to be sheer coincidence. Plus, if the voice Prosecutor Blackwell and Guillermo heard was due to Uendo scheming, then the victim's time of death would have been earlier than 4 p.m. In other words, Uendo could have killed Master Toneto himself. We've got you by the stones now, Uendo, so you'd better confess everything. Nah. Well, witness, what do you have to say for yourself? We demand an explanation. Uendo. I confess. I tampered with the crime scene. Is it the defense's claim that Uendo Toneto was the true murderer in this case? If he tampered with the crime scene, then we have at least considered him a suspect. Now, just wait a minute. Yes, I admit to messing with the dressing room, but I didn't kill Shisho. Then why did you tamper with the crime scene? I refuse to answer that question. What? If you suspect this witness, then I have a question for you. What could it be this time? Uendo had absolutely no reason to murder Typhoon Tuendo. After all, why would Uendo kill the man who recognized his skills and promoted him? Oh, well, his motive was, I can't think of a single thing. It appears you are also not aware of one other fact. And that is that the accused visited the dressing room before 4 p.m. as well. Is it not natural then to suppose the accused killed the victim at the time? What? Nobody told me Mr. Wheat had also gone there before 4 p.m. We were only discussing the time frame after 4 p.m., so I didn't think to mention it. But now that you've made the time period before 4 p.m. relevant... Uh-oh. I don't like where this is going. So, you really do not know what your client was doing during that time frame, do you? Well, it was all very sudden, and, why did you wait until the very last second to contact me, Simon? Don't you give me that look. And just so you know, Bucky never told me he visited the Master before 4 p.m. either. This sort of thing is exactly why Prosecutor keeps calling us unprepared. The defense will stop squabbling this instant. Sorry, Your Honor. Prosecutor Sadamahi, please continue. Thank you, Your Honor. Defense, you know of the soba-making implements in the dressing room, correct? Is he talking about the equipment for making soba noodles? You speak of the large bowl that is used to mix buckwheat flour and water. The long rolling pin and the special knife that is used to cut the dough into noodles. Precisely. These tools all came from the accused soba shop. You mean they didn't belong to Master Toneto? Mr. Wheat had visited the dressing room to give the victim a soba making lesson. And that visit was before 4 p.m. I'm afraid that after the accused kneaded the dough and made those noodles, he committed the act of murder. But wait, that doesn't add up. If Mr. Wheat killed the victim before 4 p.m., why would he return to that room at a later time? Wheat soba, your kit and caboodle when it comes to noodles. Oh my. Hiya, Ms. Chickadee. Heya, Simey. The reason I went back is 'cause Master Toneto ordered uncooked noodles. Oh. Mr. Wheat? Oh my god. Yesterday, I brought noodle making toolish from the dressing room at around 2 p.m. That's when Mr. Toneto ordered uncooked soba noodles stock up on. Uncooked noodles to stock up on? Yes, ma'am. Master Toneto kept a supply of soba noodles from my shop in this fridge. He only had one serving left, so I went back to my shop to get some more. One serving of noodles in the fridge, but I thought the fridge was practically empty. Anyway, the whereabouts of the missing noodles isn't all that important now. You ran into me and Gyaru when you came back to deliver the uncooked soba, right? That's right, Simey. I, I made time out of my busy day to deliver him the noodles. And you know what? He ignored me when I called to him from the inner doorway. He just kept mumbling Rakoku lines for ages, so I got mad and went back to my soba shop. Ah, so that's why you got mad. If what he was saying is true, then there's no way he could be the murderer. I swear I'm telling the truth. But bailiff, quick, get this man to the infirmary. Why is he so sick? Well, I dare say he's quite the handful. Your Honor, please accept the statements Mr. Wheat just made now as evidence. I believe the accused's statements about going to the room at around 2 p.m. is true, for it falls within the victim's estimated time of death. That opens up the possibility that the crime was committed between 2 and 4 p.m. That's some critical information. Yes, Your Honor. But other than that one point, Mr. Wheat's statements are dubious and without proof. But they are the words of the defendant himself. Simon, back me up here. He has a point. If I were the prosecutor, I wouldn't accept them either. While I understand the defense's feelings on the matter, this court is unable to accept anything other than the time that the defendant made his visit. Now what do I do? I trust you have no further objections, defense. At last, the time has come to set the soul of the victim onward to the Twilight Realm.
Silence.
What are you yammering about, Prosecutor Sadmonk? You still have something we need to question Uendo about. We do? Like what? Well, don't just stand there. But we do have, but we don't have any evidence left to present. Have you forgotten already? Isn't there still a hidden witness you have yet to question? A hidden witness. Oh, that's right. The fourth personality? Owen? Your Honor, there's still one more issue we haven't finished discussing yet. Oh, and what is this bit of unfinished business? We haven't finished discussing the issue related to Uendo. The Owen. We still have to discuss the possibility of a fourth personality, the one named Owen. Are you suggesting that the fourth personality of Uendo's might be the true culprit? Geez, not that again. I told you, we don't know anything about this Owen. Look, Uendo, I know you don't have any motive to kill your master, but this Owen may have one for all we know. Come clean now, Uendo. You've got another personality stashed away, haven't you? Please tell us everything you know about Owen. That's enough. The witness has already stated that he knows not of any Owen character. Bravo, you tell him, Mr. Prosecutor, hee hee. Hey, Patches. If you claim you don't know Owen when you really do, that's tantamount to perjury. If you want to exercise your right to remain silent, however, well, that's a different story. Do not listen to the depraved prosecutor, witness. You will be tainted by his evil. Do you have any idea how dark and cold the prison cell is? Hehehe. I exercise my right to remain silent. What's this now? Changing horses in midstream, are you? Shut up. I remain silent and that's it. Patches, you fool. You stay out of this. Ha ha ha. Patches is not the brightest bulb in that box you call a noggin, is he? The fact that he switched from I don't know any Owen to I will remain silent is proof that he does know about Owen. There it is again, Simon's formidable psychology manipulation tactic. I'm sure glad he's on my side today.
Objection.
You dirty, despicable, depraved prosecutor. You were leading the witness. Witness, there is no need for you to submit yourself to the defense's questioning.
Objection.
Your Honor, Uendo is definitely hiding something. Please allow me to question this witness about the existence of Owen. Here, I need to plug in my headset because it just did the beep boop beep boop of I'm about to die soon, so let's just plug in the headset quickly. There we go. I suppose only this witness can confirm or deny the existence of Owen for us. Very well. I will allow the defense to proceed. Polka. About Owen. I've never met any personality named Owen. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic. They're always aware, so we'd definitely notice if a personality like that showed up. How dare you treat me like a criminal, based on mere conjecture? Wow, how am I supposed to deal with the testimony of all three personalities? Unless you can prove the existence of Owen here, it's all over. You'd best screw your courage to the sticking place and attack their testimony head on. Alright, I will. Just stop piling the pressure on me. I have to draw out some info, anything to drag Owen out into the open. About Owen. I've never met any personality named Owen. Alright. Patches was just blurting out nonsense in a panic. We're always aware, so we'd definitely notice if a personality like that showed up. Would you? But what if for some reason you three were unconscious at the time of the incident? If the three of you weren't alert and aware, what would happen? What would happen? I'm not even sure what you mean. I mean, you three shared the same memories, right? But what if Owen is different? What if he has memories separate from yours? Maybe Owen emerges when the three of you are unaware or unconscious. Nah. Instead of speaking as if this fourth personality is a foregone conclusion, I suggest you prove his existence first. Well, we've already seen three personalities. A fourth wouldn't be a stretch. You dishonored the victim and this court by jumping to such conclusions without proof. Have you ever heard these old sayings, Prosecutor Sahamati? What happens twice will happen thrice. If you see one, there will be likely 30 in your home. I'm basing my theory on such premises. I don't even know what that premise is. Oh, comparing us to cockroaches. Do we bug you that much, girly? And how do you intend to prove it? How do you prove that all three personalities became unconscious, as you say? Unless you can do that, all of this talk is merely empty speculation. Well, Don't be so timid. If you don't have it, then find it. Look for something that goes render. Look for something that could render Uendo and the others unconscious. Okay. Simon's right. I can't back down now. For my client, Mr. Wheat, I have to... Wait, Mr. Wheat. Let me rest. Ha. Maybe if I were a lump of regular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba, and you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the three freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, boil the... He's blacked out. Mr. Wheat falling unconscious. Wait a minute. I think I've got it. Miss Sykes, do you have proof to back up your theory? Yes. Yes, Your Honor, I do. The proof is right here in this crime photo. It is? In that case, please point out to what supports your theory. This most likely is what caused Uendo to lose consciousness. Well, if we're comparing Mr. Wheat, then I would suggest that they're all drunk. This is probably what made Yuendo lose consciousness. Ah, yes, the sake. And isn't it just like Master Tuendo to pick a fine brand like Camel? Sake. Oh, you mean the rice wine. Oh, please, don't call it rice wine. That's so unsophisticated. It's not even wine. Humph, silly girl. I must agree. You need to become more cultured, Athena. Tomato, tomato. Tomato, tomato. It's made of rice and people get drunk from drinking it, right? It's called sake. End of story. Fine, sake it is then. Ay caramba. Everyone's so touchy about these things. I recall Master Toneto would often have a drink or two before performing. He said it made him more eloquent. Drinking too much of the stuff can make one lose consciousness, though, of course. Of course, of course. And look, there are 2 glasses on the table. Yuendo, I believe your master offered you some rice, sake. And then you must have drank too much and passed out. That's when your first personality, Owen, emerged. I drank sake? Oh, that's a good one. We have a real sweet tooth, you see, so yes, we did accept a sugary red bean bun. But since we really dislike sake, we said no thank you to that. Believe it or not, we're real weak when it comes to booze, hee hee. Even a tiny drop can knock us right out. So, you see, I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. What? But that can't be right. The defense demands that the glasses be examined right away. You amateur, do you really think I had not already done so? Your foolishness is beyond the pale. Don't tell me. There is no trace of the witness having touched either the glasses naturally. Right, of course. Miss Sykes, would you like the witness's statement added to his testimony? Well, it didn't really lead to anything, but it's always good to add to the testimony. Yes, please, Your Honor. Very well. I had a sweet manju bun, but I didn't drink any sake. Alright. Anything that can prove that you had something else. Sobadid. Invitation. Inside the envelope was a ticket to the show, a letter from the victim, and the letter contained a simple greeting and a rundown of the show's program. Gear was okay, all the performances. Master Tenendo confirmed alive at 4 p.m. Bucky Wheat entered the room at 4:10, left at 4:20. Yuendo discovered the victim's body upon entering the room after Bucky left. Before Bucky came to the theater, Guerrero was outside feeding her dog. Master Tenendo was confirmed alive at 4 p.m. Okay, we already did that. I don't know about that. Resting, do not disturb. Ooh, this is a hard one. Wait a minute. Camel. Where could that have been from? I guess maybe just the packaging of the bun. Because, yeah, I don't know. This is the only thing that's kind of like incomplete. Let's try it. This shows that most likely made Uendo lose consciousness. That note. Are you feeling lightheaded, child, or perhaps a bit peckish? I'm not hungry, and my head feels just fine, thank you very much. Look at the paper this note is written on. Isn't there something familiar about it? What exactly is your point, Defense? This faint design here reminds me of the paper from... Yep, it's a piece of the wrapping paper on the box of Maju buns by the victim on the floor. Uendo, you may not have drunk any sake, but you did eat a sweet red bean bun, right? Well, yes, that's right. I don't know if you're aware of it or not, Uendo, but I believe the Maju you ate caused you to fall unconscious. The bean bun, but how? Because those buns contained a secret ingredient. Are they alcoholic just like the camel sake because they both have camels on them or something? A very punchy secret ingredient at that. A punchy secret ingredient? Yes. The design of the wrapping paper matches that of something else in the room. It does? The design of this object matches that of the Maju box's wrapping paper. Well, the bottle. The sake. Do I really have to point that out? The camel pattern. It's the same as the one for camel brand sake. Uh-huh. So, just as Uendo said, he didn't drink any sake per se, but he did eat some. Impossible. Uendo had a camel brand red bean bun, which boasts a nice shot of sake as one of its ingredients. So the defense is claiming that Uendo passed out after consuming a camel sweet bun, which allowed a fourth personality named Owen to emerge. Is that correct? Yes, Your Honor. That's exactly what I'm claiming. But there's one thing that bothers me. Wouldn't the alcoholic content of the buns evaporate as they are steamed? In order to give them a stronger flavor, some Maju are specially made to retain as much of their alcohol content as possible. What kind of lightweight do you think I am? You literally said if you consume just a drop, you pass out. Even I wouldn't pass out from eating a simple Maju. Then how about we test that theory? What do you say, Your Honor? The seeing is believing, as they say. Very well, I will allow a test. Thanks, Your Honor. Simon, go buy us some camel Maju on the double. And don't forget to get me one too, okay? Why must I? And while you're at it, Prosecutor Blackwell, you will get one for me as well. Tisk, I'm not the courthouse stable boy, you know. But just this once, I'll acquiesce. Taka, I'm counting on you. And all of you had better pay me back. Aw, but I thought it would be your treat, Prosecutor Blackwell. What a shame. Now then, let us adjourn until the Maju arrive by Carrier Hawk. Court will reconvene as soon as Taka returns. Sounds good to me. So is there just like no investigation this episode? That's what I'm kind of deciphering. Trial day 1, the 4th one. Alright. Well. see if we can finish this up then. Now that the sweet buns have arrived, this court is back in session. Go on, you Endo, eat up. Nah. Nice flavor. You can really taste the sake. That was delicious. Yes, a unique sweetness and a faint aroma of sake. Yet, I hardly think that anyone could pass out from eating something like this. What's the matter, you Endo? You're not afraid of a tiny maju, are you? Or are you scared of how many calories it has? Don't be ridiculous. A sweet little snack like this couldn't possibly... I mean, it could never. Less bleeding, more eating, witness. Nah, fine, whatever. See? I told you. It don't affect me in the slightest. Heck, we might be a lightweight, but come on. Nobody's that light. Seriously? Nobody, geez, getting drunk. Uh-huh. Yeah, exactly. Passed out again, huh? Oh. Is this Owen now? This is Owen. It looks like it worked. Okay, plans just changed again. Let me send messages again. Okay. Alright. Oh my, witness, please tell the court your name and occupation. Oh. Oh. My name is Owen. I'm 5. You're 5 years old? Am I in trouble? Please don't yell at me, oh. So he is Yuendo's 4th personality. I'd hardly think a child like him could have a motive to murder the victim. And even if he had a motive, could he have actually committed the murder? That's a very good point. Owen does appear to be very timid and weak. Oh. It seems the defense was hoping this hidden personality would be the real killer. And now that he is standing here before us, it is clear that none of Yuendo's personalities can be the killer. Eek! Where can I even go from here? Shisho. Owen, do you know something about what happened to your master? Wah! Come on, buddy. Won't you tell Auntie Athena what happened? Wah! What a scary lady. I'm not scary. Look at Auntie's big smile. Tell me about your master, please. Pretty please, with sugar on top. Oh, okay. Shisha was super nice. He always played with me. Just like a real grandpa. I loved Shisho. Athena, do you sense anything behind his words? I sense sadness. Sadness so pure it's heart ending, but no discord. Prosecutor Sadamahi is right. Owen isn't the killer. But then, don't you find it odd? Find what odd? That his name was kinda spelt out on the cards? Let's review what we've learned so far. Uendo arranged the Karada cards to pin the blame on Bucky. Well, that's because the original message implicated Owen. But Owen is only 5 years old and absolutely adores Master Tenendo. Exactly. The other 3 personalities also have no motive for murder. If Owen isn't the true culprit, then the person who first laid out the cards probably wouldn't have been Master Tenendo. So then, who did it? Defense? Did the appearance of Owen help you figure out anything? Yes, Your Honor. I now know who it was that first laid out the Karada cards. You do? I haven't figured it out yet. but I thought it was the victim, right? No, Your Honor. I don't believe it was. The one who first arranged the Karada cards on the table was none other than the true killer, Wet Noodle number 3, or Uendo's fifth personality. Yes, there's another personality. There must be. No. I think it was... Could it have been? Could it have been the true killer? I don't think so, because he moved the cards around. I don't think there's a fifth personality, but that only means Wet Noodle number 3. Which, is there even a Wet Noodle number 3? No, his 4th head. Famous routines, he has 2 disciples. Jeez, this is hard. None of these seem like the right answer, really. See, this one just seems ridiculous to me. This one just doesn't seem right. There's no Wet Noodle number 3. Fine, we'll go with the ridiculous answer. If it's not the 4th personality, Owen, then it must be the 5th personality. And why would a 5th personality try to pin the blame on the 4th? They both inhabit the same body, after all. Well, oh, psychological expert. Oh, that it appears our psychology expert has run out of expertise. Humph. Review who arranged the cards and their motives, oh psychology expert. I do have a name. I'll have you all know. What? So there is a correct answer in this? Well, of course there is, but it just... none of them feel right. Maybe it was the true killer. Because I guess we know that he probably, like, rearranged them again to not make himself look suspicious or whatever. This seems to be the right one, since the music started playing again. I believe the person who laid the cards out is the very person who killed Tafa Tuendo. How quickly you move on to a new target when your own theory proves false. You Polkanan. I don't even know what a Polkanan is, but I know I am definitely not one. And before you start with the sermons, why don't you hear me out? Yes, let's hear the defense's reasoning. Please proceed, Miss Sykes. But if you are bluffing, I won't go easy on you. I understand, Your Honor. Now then, please recall the original crime scene. Who did the Kuroda card's name when the scene was discovered? Wet Noodle 4. Let's see. I believe they implicated the defendant, Bucky Wheat. That's right, and that's right, and then found out that the message originally said Owen Forth. Which implicated the young boy Owen. Exactly, and then the person who rearranged the cards was undoubtedly Uendo. Uendo may have kept silent, but we can be sure he already knew his master was dead. His tampering with the crime scene using the TV all but proves it. Nah. I confess. I tampered with the crime scene. The reasoning Uendo rearranged the karate cards and moved the TV was because he saw the Owen Forth message and was convinced Owen had committed the crime. Right on, Prosecutor Blackwell. It would seem that Owen and the other three personalities don't share the same memories. But really, there is no fourth personality, it's just the three of us in here. Uendo feared that Owen had killed Master Tuendo, so he tried to hide Owen from us. Oh. But it turns out Owen is but a 5-year-old child incapable of hurting a fly, let alone his beloved master. So naturally the culprit must be somebody else. And this somebody else, the true killer, tried to pin the crime on Owen. I see. I see. What does that make? That does make sense. I feel like I am in tune with the judge today, and I don't know if I like that, considering he's not the brightest. This is not but conjecture composed of half-truths and fantasy. Then, who then do you maintain murdered the victim? I believe Owen might know something about that.
Objection.
I refuse to allow such impromptu testimony from a 5-year-old, no less. Such a young child is incapable of producing anything coherent. Really? That's what you're going with? I don't think that's exactly true, but okay. But your desperation is graceful. Oh, what was that? Your desperation is graceful. You should realize when it is time to let go, and I saw it. I saw Shisho getting... Owen, you do know something, don't you? Yeah. Oh my, is this true? If so, we must have Owen testify immediately. Don't you agree, Prosecutor Sadamahi? Nah. It's alright, Owen. Go ahead and tell us what you know. I saw it. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. What do you mean? He was killed by, like... What was it? Not strangulation, but... suffocation. There shouldn't be any blood. There wasn't any blood. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared, I passed out. Yeah, that doesn't add up. This eyewitness's testimony from the moment of the murder. Owen, can you tell us anything about what you saw? I was so scared. Oh, so scared. Owen. His emotions are spiraling out of control. Something must have really frightened him. Is he alright? His emotions are running wild because he's trying to recall something frightening to him. I recommend a therapy session right away. I see. Yes, please do whatever you can to help the poor boy. Will do, Your Honor. Do you really have to hit your fist like that when you're trying to help him? I'd better find the cause of these out-of-control emotions pronto. Shisho was standing with a knife in his hand. Blood was dripping onto Shisho's face, getting it all red. Again, doesn't add up at all. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared, I passed out. Okay, I want to probe this. Yeah, blood was dripping down onto Shisho's face. Blood? I don't remember seeing any blood in the crime scene photos. Besides, if the victim was standing upright, how could blood drip down onto his face? As I expected, we all managed to obtain from this child is a tale he dreamt up. Urk. I guess it's a little weird for blood to drip onto the victim's face if he was standing up. Unless it dripped down from the ceiling or something. What do you think, Simon? I don't know. Owen's one confused and upset kid right now. So, who knows how accurate his memory is. Maybe it's time for that thing instead. Huh? What thing? That thing that you and your cohorts do. What do you call it? Rotate your thinking about? Oh, you mean turn your thinking around. Yes, whatever. It's the same thing either way. No, it isn't. Who's ever heard of rotating your thinking? I mean, rotate is... Hey, wait a minute. What? You know what, Simon? In this case, I think rotate might work perfectly after all. Come again? All I have to do is rotate things by 90 degrees. 90 degrees? When he saw his master, Owen must have been lying on the floor, doing a handstand, pressed flat against a wall. 90 degrees. Lying on the floor, maybe? Owen must have been lying on the floor when he witnessed his master's murder. What? That's the conclusion I arrived at when I rotated my thinking by 90 degrees. Which means that all the visuals in my matrix were off by 90 degrees. And this means Master Tonetto was also lying on the floor, which solves another mystery. And which mystery is that? The mystery of how blood could have been dripping onto the victim's face. It becomes much easier to imagine how that could have happened if he was lying down. Like someone bleeding onto Master Tonetto from somewhere up above him. I remember now. Somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho. So, trying to recall his master's bloody killer is what spooked Owen originally. The blood that stained the victim's face red came from the person sitting on top of him. The victim was holding a knife, so he likely nicked his attacker, and he was fighting back. That means his assailant had conjured on their face somehow. Wait, this means his assailant was injured on their face somehow, like the forehead perhaps. Assuming the victim and his attacker were face to face, then yes. I see, so that is what happened. But if I recall correctly, the accused has a fresh bandage on his forehead, does he not? That is true. That injury of Mr. Wheat is conclusive evidence that he committed this murder. Why? It seems you have dug yourself into a pit you cannot crawl out of. No. Even though I figured out the reason for Owen's out-of-control emotions, all I did was raise further suspicion against my own client. What do I do now? What's the matter? You aren't thinking of throwing in the towel, are you? But it looks so bad for Bucky. I mean, he had both motive and opportunity. Plus, he had that injury on his forehead. Your Honor, I sense that the defense is finally ready to let go and move on. Well, Miss Sykes, I understand that you don't want to give up on your client. But I won't allow you to prolong this trial without a good reason. Well, that lawyer did her best, but all the signs point to the defendant. Maybe it's time for her to give up. She tried everything she could. I really, really don't want to back down, but...
Silence.
Athena, are you having doubts about Bucky's innocence? I wouldn't say that, it's just... Do you remember what you said to Bucky earlier this morning? You mean you believe me, ma'am? Of course, no matter what, I'll believe in you to the very end. Were those just empty words? Of course not. It's just that all the cards are stacked against us. Are you still stuck on that line of thinking? Oh my god. I wasn't expecting that. Motive, opportunity, and an injury to his forehead. Is that all it takes to make you stop believing in your client? Tell me again, who are you to Bucky? I'm his Ms. Chickadee lawyer. Then do your duty and believe in him until the very end. I will. Simon's absolutely right. I'm Bucky's lawyer and he's depending on me. Considering that you're even questioning that right now, I don't think you're ready. And I feel like Simon was kind of correct in thinking, like, why you and not Phoenix or Apollo? But, you know, we're here, so let's do this. Defense team, please, no fighting in my courtroom. The defense is ready to resume, Your Honor. Prosecutor Blackwell was just giving me a pep talk, that's all. Thank you, Prosecutor. Humph. I didn't do it for your sake. I did it for the future of Wheat Soba. Yeah, I get it. The defense would like to now continue with Owen's therapy session. Owen, would you be alright with that? Okay. So somebody was sitting up on top of Shisho, bleeding from their head, and smooshing something into Shisho's face. That's funny. What is it? I still hear discord in Owen's voice, but I don't sense any inconsistencies between his statements and his emotions. And there don't seem to be any contradictions in his testimony itself either. Ah, so that's it, huh? Did you figure something out? Your ability to sense emotions is making you focus too much on his feelings, Athena. And there's actually something he's being very vague about in his testimony. If you can clarify what he's feeling uncertain about with some evidence, you should be able to move forward from there. Okay, that makes sense. I'll give it a try. I'll just update the mood matrix with the new information, and then we'll be ready to go. Feel like Athena would have been better as a psychiatrist instead of a lawyer, not gonna lie. So I just need to present some evidence on what Owen is being vague about, huh? Shisho had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. He was on the floor and somebody was smooshing something into his face. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. So now let's see what Owen is feeling uncertain about. I should manifest as something Owen isn't being specific about. What's the matter? Is this too tough for you? No, I'm thinking, so stop distracting me. I think I can guess what Owen is uncertain about. I just don't know which piece of evidence will pull the info I need to the surface. You can't solve this with a rigid thought process. Try kneading your mind as well. Kneading my mind? It's not soba dough, you know. Heh, looks like you've learned a thing or two about making soba at least. You think? I've only been hearing about it all day today. Well, even with the tiny bit of knowledge, you ought to be able to find your answer. That's Simon. He's figured something out again, hasn't he? And what does the soba making process have to do with what Owen is unsure about? Soba making what was it again? They don't really have it. Shisho had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. Okay. Trying to remember how to do this. Something about rolling out the dough, cutting it, and then cooking it and serving it right away. Shusho had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. He was on the floor and somebody was smooshing something into his face. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared I passed out. What does this have to do with soba making? Like, the knife? Yeah, sure, maybe he was cutting the noodles at that point. But other than that, I don't know. But why was he on the floor? Oh, smooshing something onto his face. That could be, the suffocation. But what could that be? Exactly. I don't know. You know, maybe the noodles did kill him. Maybe they just weren't cut yet, and he was in the process of cutting them. And maybe this proves that? I'm just gonna try it. What do you think, Owen? Does this piece of evidence go against the statement of yours? No, not at all, lady. Lady? But you're technically older than me. Look, Owen, don't call me lady, okay? Oh no, now the lady is mad at me, why? Miss Sykes, please don't make the witness cry. Dang it. Oh, maybe I was on the wrong thing. Because I had a knife in his hand. Smooshing his face is what I wanted to present that on.
Objection!
There we go. My silly mistake. Let's put a name to the thing Owen's uncertain of, shall we? By identifying the murder weapon that was used to suffocate the victim. Fortunately for us, I spied the murder weapon right here in this crime scene photo. Unfortunately for you, I spy nothing of the sort. And the police did not spy anything of the sort during their investigation either. Pray tell, where is this murder weapon you see? You don't see it because it no longer looks the way it did when it was used as a weapon. This is what the killer pressed into Master Tornado's face. The noodles. Whoops. The mystery person that Owen saw pressed soba into the victim's face, thereby suffocating him. I grow weary of your tasteless jokes. How could anyone commit murder with soft, delicate soba? The noodles would instantly fall apart if they were pressed into someone's face. Yes, I agree. Well, I disagree. There is a way the soba could have been used to suffocate the victim. What? You will explain your theory at once, Miss Sykes. To kill Master Toneto, the victim must have smothered him with uncooked soba noodles. Or maybe it was uncut instead. Whoops. It's probably uncut. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Yeah. Should be more careful. I only have one life left. Alright, let's do uncut this time. Uncut. Because he was about to cut them. If I just took a little bit more time in reading all the options, I would have done that instead. The culprit must have used the soba before it was cut into noodles. In other words, the murder weapon was raw soba dough. What? Well, if it was raw, then it was still uncooked, so technically I was still right. But alright, I'll just move on. Order in the cart. Yes, soba dough can definitely be used to suffocate someone, couldn't it? Are you alright, Prosecutor Sadamahi? I was just letting the soul of the victim know that the accused will finally face justice, thanks to the foolish lawyer before me. Huh? What are you talking about? Allow me to summarize your statements. As the accused was killing the victim, he was slashed in the body, or it's not body, he was slashed in the face by the victim's knife. The weapon was used to suffocate the victim was the dough in the dressing room, but then disposed of the murder weapon by cutting the soba dough into noodles. Gurk. Why you smarmy... You know, if he ended up cutting the killer's face, then shouldn't there be blood on the knife, and why aren't we testing it? Because that should answer all our questions at this point. Afterwards, the accused put the victim's face into the bowl of soba noodles and broth to wash off the blood that had dripped onto the victim's face from his own. And there you have it, the true sequence of events behind this foul affair. Now, wait just a minute. I never once said that Mr. Wheat was the culprit. But the accused knows how to cut dough into noodles defense. Gurk. That's a very good point, Prosecutor Sadamahi. I heard that cutting soba dough into uniform noodles requires considerable training. And then, what about the dying message? How do you explain that? The defendant wouldn't have known about Uendo's Owen personality. Perhaps the victim was simply playing with the cards and they hold no other meaning. I doubt that. Perhaps he spelled out Owen's name in jest, sometime before his murder. That's true. From Owen's testimony, it's clear that the Master Tonetta cared for the boy. Oh, yeah, I guess I can see that. It appears I've arrived at a compelling conclusion. Taken together, all these points paint a convicting picture of the defendant's guilt. Owen, is there anything else you can tell us? It doesn't matter how small of a detail, anything will do. Oh, you're scaring me. Oh, I'm sorry, Owen. Auntie Athena didn't mean to raise her voice. I have to be gentler with him. I can't forget he's only 5 years old. No need to be scared, okay, sweetie? Just tell us anything you can remember. Well, when I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me, bleeding from their head. Owen, you saw the killer's face? Oops, I did it again. So who was it, Owen? Do you remember? Oh, I don't know who it was. I'm picking up some noise. That means there's still something to uncover in Owen's testimony. I don't know what Owen saw, but suffice to say, we are analyzing the dreams of a child. You've wasted enough of our time, defense. Let it go and move on. No, there's still discord in Owen's heart that needs to be addressed. Therefore, I can't give in here. Owen, do you think you continue your testimony for us? Okay. I'll enter the new info and run an update then. Shisho had blood on his face and a knife in his hand. He was on the floor and somebody was smooshing dough into his face. I couldn't move at all. I was so scared, I passed out. And when I woke up, the person who killed Shisho was standing over me. Why are you happy? Despite witnessing the culprit's terrible crime firsthand, Owen experienced a positive feeling, one of relief. The person the witness saw was no stranger, rather it was the accused. Therefore, it is only natural that he felt some level of relief when he saw a familiar face. Defense, end this madness and sully your soul no more. Owen, who did you see? That nice smell, I love the smell of that perfume. That doesn't sound like the convicted, that sounds like Gieru. It's the smell of you can do it. Try to remember, Owen. Oh, the smell of oh, poor kid, we pushed him too far. Oh, Owen. It seems Owen is now resting in the infirmary. They certainly have their hands full today down there. Let's continue with the trial. Despite Owen's testimony, it is the opinion of this humble servant of the Holy Mother that the child's words were insufficient to clear the accused of suspicion. But what about the scent of perfume Owen mentioned? I believe it's a clue that will lead us to the true culprit. But there are thousands of perfumes in the world. It could even be the scent of the hair product the accused uses. He does have one amazing hairstyle, so that's certainly possible. The witness is a 5-year-old boy. He cannot tell the difference between conventional perfumes and hair products. I'm questioning that just because kids tend to be way smarter than we give them credit for. Why couldn't you have gone for a crew cut or something, Bucky? What's more, the only person who can cut soba noodles with such precision is the accused and no other. Oh man, how am I supposed to argue with that? And so, the person Owen saw at the scene of the crime can only be the accused, Bucky Wheat. What the? Oh, he's back. Hey, hey, hey! I never used hair products or anything with a smell. Hick. If I wore something like that, the smell'd get into the soba. That's true, he hates smells getting into his soba. Boom, check it. Mr. Wet, aren't you supposed to be resting in the infirmary? Whatever. You'd think I let my soba stink of perfume? Try that chilled soba for yourself and see. I believe we have no choice but to try it, strictly for examination purposes, of course. Now then, let's dig in, shall we? That was delightful. Ahem. Well, I'm satisfied that there are no traces of hair products or perfumes in Mr. Wet Soba. First, sweet bean buns and now savory soba. What a delectable trial this has been. This texture is different from the soba I had the other day. It reminds me of a dish we have in Korean called banupun. What you think, Ms. Chickadee? My soba's pretty good, isn't it? Hick. Chilled soba, 680. It's delicious, don't you think so, Simon? You know, 680 is not a bad price for soba, I would think. It's pretty cheap, actually. Heh, it still pales in comparison to his late father's cuisine. Simon, why you always gotta be so hard on me? Back to the infirmary with you. Bailiff, take the defendant back to the infirmary at once for some rest. Rest? Hey, I ain't a lump of old pay weedy udon dough, you know. I'm fresh like my soba. You don't let soba dough rest. It's about the 3 freshes of soba. Grind the seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh, and boil the... Yeah, go back to the infirmary. We'll talk to you later. I'm sure. Good grief, what a defendant. At least Bucky wasn't the source of the perfume smell. Wait, smelly perfume. It looks like you remembered something. The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of a certain somebody. Oh, and who might that be? There's only one person that comes to mind. The phrase smelly perfume reminded me of this person. Garu. Of course. Garu Tonedo? Oh my god. I've been saying this last name so much and now I forget. Come on. Tonedo. There we go. Yes, she did smell very nice, didn't she? Just a moment, defense. You would throw suspicion on Garu now because of a scent? Your Honor, there is no need to go along with these ever-changing claims of the defense. I suppose their claims have been awfully inconsistent. But Garu could have been at the crime scene. Yes, but you'll get to see those balloons of hers if we call her back to the witness stand. How vulgar. His Honor is not interested in such things. Ahem. Setting the matter of her balloons aside entirely, I do believe it's appropriate to ask Garu some questions given the circumstances. Judge, I am so disappointed in you. This has nothing to do with her balloons, of course. Yeah, keep telling yourself that, buddy. Disgusting, Judge. Just disgusting. Thank you, Your Honor. Polkaka. Thank you for calling this disciple of the Tonedo School of Rakoku back for an encore. It's me, the balloon artist you all know and love, Garu Tonedo. 1, 2, balloon. Or balloon. Yeah. What wonderful balloon artistry. Judge, you stop that right now. Your Honor, please. Now then, what would you like me to make for you this time? Actually, I called you back for more testimony. But I'm all talked out. This case has left me completely deflated. What? You didn't find that funny? Anyway, what exactly is going on, Simon? It seems the person who murdered Master Tonetto was wearing perfume. And you were the only person I could think of who wears perfume. Wait, you mean I'm a suspect now? Garu, you knew about Owen, right? Well, yes. I often played with him at Shisho's request. So that means you could have left that fake dying message, right? What? Just because I wear perfume and know Owen. You think I'm a murderer? Oh, how could you? The witness is absolutely right. With no evidence and the disordered memories of a small child. It is outrageous for the defense to accuse this woman. That's right. You don't even have any proof. You may step down from the stand, Garu. The defense does not have one scrap of evidence that connects you to the crime. Wait just a minute. I may not have proof, but Owen's testimony is still enough. Please feel free to leave, Garu. But I'm so close. There must be something I can do. Well, if the prosecutor says it's okay, then I guess I'll be going now.
Silence.
Hoy, Garu. You're an entertainer, aren't you? Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? Oh, thank you for the raid, reacted Ghost. Welcome to the stream, everyone. We are playing Ace Attorney Apollo Justice's Trilogy today. We are on episode 4, Turnabout Storyteller. And I think we're on the last sort of chapter of it. Sadly, this case doesn't have any investigation in it, it seems. It just seems to be two halves of a trial, so yeah. But welcome in. Hope you enjoy the rest of the trial and everything. And Redacted Ghost, if you have to do after stream care, go right ahead. Once you go on stage, it's your duty to complete your performance, is it not? So, what are you doing, leaving halfway through? Eek! A band-aid. There's a band-aid on her head. There's a bandage on Gyaru's forehead. And since we know that Master Tonetta's killer has a cut on their face somewhere. Exactly. Impossible. How did you know, Simon? Humph. I didn't, but I had to take a chance and see for myself. Otherwise, your theory would remain a groundless accusation. Your Honor, prosecution Sadamahi. The scent of perfume, an injury on the forehead. These things are completely consistent with Owen's testimony. In short, the mysterious individual Owen saw in the dressing room could have been Gyaru. Miss Sykes, does this mean you are formally indicting the witness for the murder of Tafu Tonetto? Should your accusation prove to be false, I hope you are prepared to pay the price in full. Simon, what price is he talking about? Humph. I thought that should be obvious. Prosecutor Sadmonk is saying he'll see to you never stand in court in the court of law again. I must say, though, he knows how to make a trial interesting. Just whose side are you on, Simon? Go on, then. Into the deep end with you. You really have but one choice, anyway. Well, Miss Sykes, I'm waiting. With regards to the witness, Giro Tonetto, the defense wishes to... I think we should indict her. I think that's the correct thing to do. I think she's definitely the killer at this point. with that band-aid on her forehead and the perfume and, well, the only thing that is left is the ability to cut soba noodles really well. But that could be a secret talent of hers or something, you know? There's no reason for me to hold back, not if I really believe in my client. The defense wishes to formally indict Geru Tonedo for the murder of Tafu Tonedo. I have tried to be merciful, but now, not even your pleas will reach the Holy Mother's ears. Also, the other thing is that after the horrible circus episode from the the Phoenix Wright trilogy, I think it's fair to assume to not trust clowns. Not in this game anyway. They're very sketchy a lot of the time. I have tried to be merciful, but now not even your pleas will reach the Holy Mother's ears. You will be plenty of time to regret your decision in the pit of hell. I gotta say, I do not like how Spirit of Justice is so religion heavy, it feels like. Yes, it's a made up religion, but like, still feel like it could cut back on it a little bit. Especially when we're not in Crane for this episode. Like, give me a new prosecutor or something. Except I won't need to. The person who murdered the victim was not Mr. Wet. It was Geru Tonedo. That bandage it's just from a silly slip-up. I made while cooking yesterday, that's all. What kind of extreme cooking were you doing to cut yourself in the forehead? Yeah, no, that would probably be very extreme cooking if that was the case. I would accept a cut on a finger or hand, even a cut on an arm, but not a cut on a forehead. Well, what can I say? That's what happened. You also don't have an alibi for the period before 4 p.m., do you, Gyaru? But I really didn't know anything was wrong until Shisho was found dead. If you don't believe me, then with a twisty twist, and the balloon, there we have it, an adorable little kitty. Adorable little kitty, you say? Not gonna say, yeah, I like cats a lot, but, that kitty's not very cute. How could you suspect a cutesy little balloon artist like me, I don't know, all your balloon art is very kinda creepy. Even the cake has eyes, like, who does that? Gyaru, I've been meaning to say this for a while now, but could it be that you don't have an eye for balloon art? Don't you think I know that? You didn't have to come out and say it. I'm the daughter of a great Rakugo artist. I've never wanted to do stupid balloon art. I was supposed to be a Rakugo storyteller too, just like my late daddy. But Shisho told me to do balloon art instead. Sniffle. I guess the victim thought she had no talent for Rakugo art as a Rakugo artist either. And that is your motive. So you're still gonna suspect a poor little thing like me? Yeah, especially since I know your motive now. Please stop trying to skirt the issue. It all comes down to the scent of perfume and the cut on your forehead. You and the culprit in Owen's testimony share these two traits. You're dead set on accusing me, aren't you? Well, Here's what I have for naughty little girls like you, with a twisty twist twist. I'ma cut ya, witch. Uh-huh. Yeah, you definitely don't look crazy at all now. Go ahead, make me testify all you want. When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Oh my. Is this yet another hidden personality? She does not have multiple personality disorder, Judge. Simon, is everything in the Tonedo school like this? How should I know? I guess he wouldn't know. What I did before the murder. Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. Shisho and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left. Didn't want to disturb him, you know? The perfume Owen smelled must have left over from when I visited. Right. So Gyaru's saying that she went into the dressing room, but then left right away. Don't take her at her word. Come on, do you really think I would? I'm just trying to figure out how to get her to talk about what really happened. Now then, Miss Sykes, you may proceed with your cross-examination. There's no way her perfume would be left over just from a quick peek in, pretty much. Yeah, I visited the dressing room during that time to make a courtesy call after my act. Your act was the first one, right? You performed her balloon act, yeah. Huh. Shisho and Owen were in there, but they were both snoring up a storm. I saw the note Shisho left, so I just left and didn't want to disturb them, you know? Well, I'm guessing you're talking about this note. But even though we know it was ripped from the wrapping paper, I'm still a little bit like, what if there's more to it, you know? Where did you find your master's note? I don't know, can't remember. Did you notice anything else unusual or out of place in the room? Well, there was the sake and a half-eaten maju on the table. But I didn't see anything else out of place or whatever in the room, though. Oh, is that a fact? Of course it is. What'd you think? And you didn't change anything around while you were in there? I didn't do anything. Look, I'm telling you. I didn't see anything funny near Shisho and didn't touch anything in the room. Your baldness, I request that Gyaru's last statement be added to her testimony. Simon, what's a statement like that going to do for us? Just play along and you'll see, just play along and you'll see soon enough. Ugh. I have no problem with adding that to the testimony, but how about you, Miss Sykes? I have no problem with it either, Your Honor. What is Simon thinking? You know what? If Simon's helping out, just let him help out. I didn't see anything funny near Shisho, and I didn't touch anything in the room. Let me see the room again. Well, the note is on the floor. So I kind of want to say that she did see something and touch something in the room. Garu, you said you didn't notice anything odd or unusual near your master. You also said you didn't touch anything in the dressing room. That's right. What about it? Then I wonder who left that dying message with the Karuta cards. What are you going on about? It had to been that Bucky. Sorry, but that's not possible, because only 3 people knew of Uendo's personalities. Uendo, your master, and you. Eek! If Bucky had left that Karuta message, he would have spelled out Owen. He wouldn't have spelled out Owen. He would have spelled out Uendo. What it boils down to is this. As a member of the Tonedo school, you, Guillermo Tonedo, are the only one who could have left that dying message. And as the person who left that message, it's clear that you are Master Tonedo's killer. Grah! Will you ever quit your yapping? Are you little wretches clinging to the spider thread of salvation? Allow me to cut that holy thread from the heavens and bring you back down to earth. Would you quit butting in whenever things start going my way? And with nonsense at that. Silence, child. Playtime is over. What did you just say? As the witness stated, she went into the dressing room and soon came back out again. And the victim's The victim's note was not the only reason she left with such haste. There was another reason that compelled Garu to leave at once. Garu, would you please relate said reason to the court? There was a reason why Garu had to leave the dressing room? Well, I didn't want to show you this, but I guess I got no choice. Keep your eyes peeled. What was she saying? Keep your eyes peeled, 'cause here it comes. Your hand is all swollen and red. What happened, Garu? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. What? Well, that doesn't help our case. Allergic reactions to buckwheat can vary, though they're usually on the severe side. With Taifu Tenedo making soba noodles in his dressing room, Guillermo is lucky to still be alive, considering all the soba flour that was swirling in the air. Good thing I left pretty quick. I managed to escape with just a mild reaction. But why is it only on your hand? It's almost like you touched some. But I touched Shisho as he was being carried away, and look what it did to my 4 hands. Oh, that's what you're claiming, huh? There must have been some soba broth on his clothes or something. If I'd inhale any of the soba flour, I'd have a seizure, and it'd be good night, Guillermo. I never could have stayed in that dressing room for very long. A person allergic to buckwheat couldn't be in a room with soba flour in the air, and certainly couldn't use soba dough as a murder weapon either. This isn't good. You knew it would come to this, didn't you? That's why you never mentioned her allergy. Humph. As if I would do anything so underhanded. I think you would definitely do something as underhanded as that because you just did it. I was simply trying to protect the privacy of this witness. Sure you were. I'm sick of all these accusations. Why don't I just testify and get it all out in the open, yeah? Guerrero's buckwheat allergy. If I come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. Look at my hand. Just touching Shisho's body caused this much damage. There must have been soba broth on his clothes. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room. I still can't believe it. Nobody told me she had a soba allergy. Did you know, Simon? Humph. Does it look like I knew? Protect the privacy of the witness, my foot. What a dirty trick. Now what do we do? There's only one thing to do. But Prosecutor Sadmonk to shame with your cross-examination. Right. No matter how small, I'll find us an opening and break her testimony down. Sounds like it's time to press everything we got. If I come into the slightest contact with buckwheat, I get an allergic reaction. You're not lying about this soba allergy of yours, right? Of course not. I swear on the grave of my father up in heaven. I can even get you a doctor's certificate if you want. She seems to be telling the truth. I've had this allergy for as long as I can remember, but I never dreamt in a million years it'd clear me of murder. And you'll come out of this smelling like a delicate buckwheat flour to boot. Well said, Your Honor. And with that much soba flour in the air, that room could have literally killed me. I'll give you that there was quite a bit of flowers gathered about in the dressing room. But you went in to pay your respects to your master regardless, right? Yeah, but like I said, I came right back out. I mean, the soba making tools are right there. You better believe I was careful not to breathe any of it in. And you still could have committed this crime if you'd held your breath while doing it. Don't be ridiculous. I would have suffocated to death before Shisho did. Yeah, I guess you're right. Jeez, get a grip, will ya? This is not looking good. Look at my hand. Just touching Shisha's body caused this much damage. Maybe there's a twist here. Like you're actually allergic to dogs and not soba. You kidding? Just bring my little Jujumu in here. I'll hug and squeeze. I'm like there's no tomorrow. I'm telling ya, I have a genuine, honest-to-God-goodness soba allergy. Defense. The witness clearly has an authentic allergy to buckwheat. Any further deliberation on the matter would be meaningless, pointless, worthless. You heard the man, lawyer girl. Alright, fine. I was just starting to think the same thing myself. Doesn't mean I have to like it, though. I probably got this allergic reaction on my hand here because I touched Shisho. There must have been soba broth on his clothes. I have a question about that, actually. If you're allergic to soba, does that mean you're allergic to noodle broth, too? Well, the buckwheat from the noodles can dissolve in the broth, so duh. Touching soba broth can be just as deadly for me. Don't you know anything? What an amateur. I'm sorry. Do I look like a doctor to you? Look, anything that has soba in it, or anything that has touched soba, is like poison to me. So I never could have committed that murder in the dressing room. I don't see any particular inconsistencies with her testimony, and she seems to be telling truth about her buckwheat allergy. Humph. What is your point? My point is I can't find a single foothold. Well, if you can't find one, make one. You just want me to make up some baseless accusation? When will you stop behaving like such an amateur? If you don't do something fast, the trial will end here. I know. I can't let that happen. I have to do something. Anything. I accidentally skipped over questioning the last statement. So, I just want to cover all my bases, but could the murder have possibly occurred somewhere other than the dressing room? That is out of the question. By even asking, you show your complete disregard for all we have discussed until now. Yes, I have to agree. The defense can't go around suggesting new premises without basis. Unfortunately for you, Shisho didn't take a single step from his dressing room around the time of the murder. Well, that is unfortunate for everyone. Gyaru could not have possibly committed this crime in a room where soba was being made. Finally, the time has come for the last rites of the victim to begin. Nah. Humph. What would Mr. Wright do at a time like this? Gets. There's only one thing to do. What are you smiling about? Hasn't the pressure overwhelmed you? Nope. It's just the worst of times are when lawyers have to force their biggest smiles. I see, you have no rebuttal, and so the only thing left to you is to smile. Oh, ho 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 ho. That's where you're wrong. I do have a rebuttal. Turn your thinking around, Athena. Don't try to figure out how Gyaru, who is allergic to soba, could commit the crime. Figure out how Gyaru could be in that room and not have an allergic reaction instead. Alright. Let me rest, huh? Maybe if I were a lump of irregular flour dough for udon noodles. But I'm fresh like my soba, and you don't let soba dough rest. It's all about the three freshes. Grind the buckwheat seeds fresh, cut the dough fresh. He's blacked out. It appears to have been written by the victim. Allow me to read it. Resting. Do not disturb. Yes, that's the note I saw. After reading that, who wouldn't think Shisho was napping? Was it possibly a note for flour dough resting? If you must know, I'm allergic to buckwheat. Mon Dieu! What if that certain piece of evidence doesn't mean what I think it means? If that's the case, I might be able to prove that Gyaru could have committed this crime. No matter how hard you search your mind, you cannot overturn facts. Well, Miss Sykes, if you have no further objections, I'll hand down my ruling. True, I can't overturn facts, but what if you got our facts about a piece of evidence wrong? Got our facts wrong? What are you talking about now? And which piece of evidence do you mean, Miss Sykes? Please point it out to this court. This evidence proves that Gyaru could have killed her master, even with a soba allergy. It's Master Tano... Tonido's note. the the note? Preposterous. What possible connection could there be between the witness's allergy and that note? The answer lies in the true meaning of this note. Its true meaning? This note does not mean I am resting, do not disturb, as we had assumed. But rather it actually means this dough is resting, do not disturb it. Wait a minute, Athena, that doesn't make any sense. You're right, it doesn't. After all, as Bucky told us many a time, you don't let soba dough rest. What's all this jibber-jabber got to do about anything? This is it, the home stretch. This note and Mr. Wheat's noodles had led me to the conclusion that Mr. Tonedo was not making anything, making udon noodles. The victim, Tafu Tonedo, was not making buckwheat noodles. He was making ordinary udon noodles instead. Pokaka. That layer of flour in the dressing room wasn't soba flour, but plain old wheat flour for udon. So actually, it was totally possible for Gyaru to be in that room and kill her master. What? But if that's true, it changes everything. Your Honor, the defense requests that the flour in the room be tested immediately. But soba noodles were found in the bowl, and Giro did have a reaction on her hand. How do you explain those things? Well, even were it udon flour instead of soba, you can, oh my god. My brain is just not working for reading today. Even were it udon flour instead of soba, you still cannot prove Gyaru committed the crime. But... Don't lose your nerve now. Keep charging forward, or you'll feel my blade at your back. Enough with the threats already, I got it. Talk about pressure. Alright, Athena. Take a deep breath and go over everything again. Yeah! Danganronpa sequence time, as I like to call it. I'm going to revisualize the case from start to finish. I have to find conclusive evidence that Gyaru committed this murder. What was Master Tonedo doing, making in his dressing room? Well, udon. As we just said, Master Tonedo was making udon. By my logic, Master Tonedo must have been making udon noodles in his dressing room. But something at the crime scene indicates otherwise. What was found in the bowl on the table? Soba. There was soba in the bowl. So nobody had to cut the noodles. Even though the master wasn't making soba noodles, even though the master wasn't making soba noodles were found at the scene. My brain just ignored the comma, apparently. So that means the noodles have had to come from somewhere. Wait a minute. One mysterious serving of soba noodles. That sounds familiar. Where did the soba in the bowl on the table come from? The master soba stock, because it was in the fridge, was it not? The soba was from the master's soba stock. The soba noodles found at the scene were from the master's stock of uncooked noodles. But then, why would the culprit go out of her way to cook that soba and put it in the bowl? Why did the culprit cook the soba noodles and put them in the bowl? To hide the udon dough. The culprit wanted to hide the udon. Soba was found at the scene. So that means the culprit must have taken the udon with her to hide it. But why did the culprit take the udon away and hide it? It must have been because she killed him with the udon dough, killed him with the soba dough, has a grudge against udon. No, killed him with the udon dough. That murder weapon was udon dough. That's it. The udon dough was the real weapon used to kill Typhoon Tornado. And the reason why no weapon was found is because Gyaru got rid of the dough somehow. By feeding it to the dog. And that's why it looked like she was feeding it dumplings earlier. The real murder weapon was the udon dough the victim made. If we can find this dough, that'll prove my theory correct. And undeniably prove Gyaru's guilt. Well, I already know the answer. Even if we could find this dough, what makes you think that it would prove she is the one? Please recall Owen's eyewitness testimony, Prosecutor Sadamahi. If the injury on Gyaru's forehead was caused by the victim's knife, then Gyaru's blood must have dropped down on the dough used as the murder weapon. That would make the dough pretty conclusive evidence, wouldn't you agree? Ah, but where is this conclusive evidence? Let us hear your theory on where this murder weapon is. I know exactly. Well, if I can't find the answer in the evidence I have on hand, we'll lose this trial. So how did Gyaru get rid of the udon dough? Think, Athena. What do I have that points to the suspicious behavior on Gyaru's part? Now then, Miss Sykes, let's hear your answer. Where is the real murder weapon hidden? Nice barking you did there. I assume you have the bite to back it up. I feel like you already know, and you're giving me a hint by saying barking. Stop distracting me, especially not right now. Hey, he's giving you a hint, Athena. This piece of evidence can point us to the location of the hidden murder weapon. Didn't Blackwell say something about the dog? Yeah. Gyaru was outside feeding her dog a number of dumplings. The dog buried his leftovers in the yard. So he didn't eat all of them. We just have to uncover them in the dirt. See, I thought the problem would have been like, oh, the dog ate them all. Can we even get them back to test them? Gyaru. Huh? What is it? I'm just an innocent girl. I don't know anything about a murder. Stuff that cute act in your balloon hat. Kuh. Gyaru got rid of the dough she used to kill Master Tenendo in a bold and daring way. She did it right in front of Prosecutor Blackwell's nose by feeding it to her dog. No, ha 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 ha. Of course, now it all makes sense. I was puzzled as to why Gyaru, who should know her own dog's eating habits, would feed Judge Mu more than he could possibly finish. Your Honor, please order an investigation on the yard right now. And what should the police at the theater be looking for exactly? Judge Mu must have buried his leftover dumplings somewhere around his doghouse. Dumplings that Gyaru made out of the udon dough, with her blood on it. This is preposterous. I want to thank you, Simon. If you hadn't kept me going, I might have given up along the way. Humph. What are you blathering on about? You still have work to do. Now, by your hand, finish this wretched case off, Athena. You got it. Gyaru, do you remember what you said would happen when the truth is finally revealed? When the truth's revealed, it'll be your balloon or mine that goes pop. Got it? Sounds like your balloon's gonna go pop, Gyaru. Well, now the truth is out, and it looks to me like it's your balloon that goes pop. Ah! Uh-huh. Just like that. Looks like Prosecutor Sadamahi's balloon's going pop too. I'm a Rakoku artist. I was the one who was supposed to inherit the name, but then Shisho. Oh my god, even our nose is a balloon. Why are all my balloons bursting? Daddy, are you mad at me? I've been a bad girl. Jeez, even her boobs are balloons. Actual balloons, it seems. Sniffle. Oh. And her hair was fake? Okay, what is even real about this girl anymore? Are you ready to tell us everything now, Gyaru? The whole reason I entered the world of Ragoku in the first place was to follow in my father's wonderful footsteps and inherit his stage name. His stage name? You don't mean Iendu Tonedo. I knew I wasn't very good at storytelling, but I thought that if I did this stupid balloon thing like Shisho wanted, I'd inherit the name someday. But Master Tonedo gave the name to his junior disciple. Yeah, that's why I took my revenge on Shiho during the show celebrating the name succession. So that was your entire motive? Obviously. I doubt anyone else could understand, but inheriting my father's name was everything to me. It was my whole reason for living. Well, it was your main goal in life. I'm not surprised it was your whole reason for living. Of all the days you could have taken your revenge, why did you choose the day of the show? Because I wanted to pay Uendo back for stealing what was rightfully mine. I wanted to pin the blame on him at the show where all the Tonedo fans were gathered. But then Uendo tried to shift the blame onto Buckwheat. Or Buckwheat. And now we know the whole story. There's just one more thing I want to know. Do you know Master Tonedo was making udon in his dressing room yesterday? No, I didn't. When I saw the soba making tools, I was worried about my allergy. But it was my only chance to get my revenge on the two of them, so I went ahead and did it. So it was a premeditated crime, but in the end, you only went through with it on impulse. Then the allergic reaction on your hand. Is it from touching the soba in the refrigerator with your bare hands? When you were tampering with the crime scene after your master's death? Yeah. By that time, I wasn't clear-headed enough to worry about my allergy. Gyaru, how could you do this, you idiot? Gyaru, I get your desire to inherit your father's name. But what you really should have inherited from him wasn't his name, but his heart. His heart? Or just make your own path in life. If you're not good at what your father did, then why follow in his footsteps? You can do your own thing. Do you have anything to add, Prosecutor Sadamahi? Any objections? No, Your Honor. Miss Athena Sykes. Yes? What? That's the first time he's used my name. I shall be sure to remember your name. We actually impressed him? Really? It seems he finally recognizes you as a proper adversary. Well, that's nice. Thanks. That's all I ask, Prosecutor Sadamahi. It's honestly kind of more than Apollo was even given. Because I remember Sadamahi was all like, yep, our paths have crossed, and now you are, uh, what was the thing he said? You are a stranger once more, or something like that. It looks like there are no further objections. Bailiff, please bring in the defendant. Ah, good. It seems you have made a full recovery. Now then, this court finds the defendant, Bucky Wheat, not guilty. Yay! Another trial over and another not guilty verdict. And this time Athena did it not all by herself, but with minimal help from oh my god. Why am I so bad at names sometimes? From Simon. Jeez. This court is adjourned. You'd think I would have remembered Simon Blackwell by now, since I've had him in so many trials, but hey, I remember faces way easier than names. So do a lot of people. Congratulations, Bucky. I'm so glad you were found innocent. Thanks for everything, Ms. Chickadee. But it still sucks that you were accused of a crime you didn't commit. Did Uendo have it out for you or something? I don't think so. Uendo said it was a spur-of-the-moment idea he got when he saw the Soba-themed cards. Simon, where have you been? I stopped at Uendo's questioning. Only you, Bucky, could get framed for a crime on the whim. No way. I almost got convicted out of convenience? Well, at least you've been completely cleared of all charges, so buckle up, Bucky. Or buck up. On a more important note, what I really want to know is, why didn't Master Toneto let Gyaru inherit her father's name? What do you mean? On a more important note, Miss Chickadee? Aw, don't be such a wet blanket. It's... just go with the flow. Now, come on. You think the master was trying to encourage her to quit the entertainment business? You know, I still question if his last name is actually pronounced wheat or wet. I also question how he got his little injury on his forehead. Nah, that's not it. He didn't give the name to her because he wanted Guerrero to find her own calling in life. Called it. She's not good at either of the things that she was, well, told to do. So why not find your own calling in life? Come on. To perform whatever she wanted without being bound to her father's name or Ragoku. Which is why he was like, do balloons. Which she wasn't good at either, but hopefully it gave her the idea to explore more ways of showmanship. Which, you know what, I get it. I definitely get the idea. I kinda wish that he explained it to her a little bit better. Then again, would she have listened? I don't know. Making udon was his way of showing his support for her in her new endeavor. So that's why he called you to the theater, huh? To teach him how to make udon. Ah. A more roundabout way I've never seen, but that's Master Toneto for you. So this entire incident happened because of a misunderstanding. How sad. How sad indeed. By the way, Giro wasn't the only person Master Toneto was trying to cheer on. Even though the person in question still seems unaware of the Master's intentions. What? You talking about me? Come on, no way. All that old man ever did was criticize my soba. That's not true, Bucky. There must be a way to make Bucky see just how much Master Toneto cared about him. Let's see. The deed, I guess? Take a good look, Bucky. Whose name is on there as the holder of this title deed? It's still my name. Master Toneto was just up to one of his tricks when he said he stole the shop from you. He was trying to force you to grow into a truly capable owner in your father's stead. I get that, but also there's better ways to push somebody to become a greater person. It's probably used some tough love on you, so that the shop wouldn't just go belly up. Aw, his hair looks like noodles. I see. I never knew. Oh, Master Toneto, I'm so sorry. Keep working hard, Bucky, and pay him back by living up to his expectations. Thanks, Simey, and you too, Miss Chickadee. One day my soba's gonna be so good it'll knock that old man's socks clean off. After all, I'm the 4th generation owner of Wet Soba. Wet Noodle number 4. Well, I better be getting back to my shop. I gotta get ready for the lunch rush. Hold on. Could I place an order for delivery, Bucky? Yes, Miss Chickadee. Could you deliver a bowl of udon to Gyaru on behalf of her master? You got it. I'll make sure it's all the TLC Master Toneto would have packed into it too. Thank you. Well, see you. Be sure to drop by the shop sometime. I will, and I'll bring the whole agency with me. Do us all proud, Bucky. I'll have the best soba in town waiting for you when you come. Peace out. And don't let udon Mr. Noodles find out. Mr. Udon Noodles. Ah, it's nice to see somebody give it their all, isn't it? I wonder if I leveled up any thanks to his case. Probably. Don't kid yourself. The trial would have been a spectacle and a half had I not been by your side. You don't know that. Humph. For a lawyer who's versed in psychology, you're too full of weak points. You know, you can't disagree with him. If he wasn't there to lead Athena in the right direction, this case could have gone the opposite direction very quickly. You need to learn to analyze yourself more objectively. Or you could just teach me your famous mind trick, Simon. No. Way to shut someone down, and why not? Because the more pesky lawyers there are, the harder my job becomes. So it's in my best interest for you to remain green forever. Hey, what about what's in my best interest, huh? Besides, weren't you the one who had the wool pulled over your eyes by Uendo? Must you remind me? How could I have known Uendo would do time soba? Hey, speaking of time soba, I just thought of something funny. Oh, goody, I can't wait. Okay, here it is. In time soba, why didn't mon number 9 get counted? Come on, did you know, Simon? Humph? How should I know? Because 7, 8, 9. Ha har har, very funny, Athena. Thank you, I'll be here all week. Yeah, go back to your lawyer job. Rotful. Rolling on the floor laughing, I'm guessing that is. Humph. That I should have known. Come on, let's go get soba or something and go home. Your treat? I'll treat you to 50% of the tab. And don't forget, you still owe me for that manju. Really, Simon? You won't... It wouldn't hurt you for you... Oh my god. Really, Simon? It wouldn't hurt for you to pay for me every once in a while, you know? Humph. Quit your squawking and start walking, Athena. Hey, wait for me! I may still have a ways to go as a lawyer, but just like Mr. Wright, Apollo, and Simon before me, I'm going to get there someday. After all, I've inherited their passion for our courts and the law. Je puis le faire. I can do this. I apologize for my French. I have not learned French for many years at this point. I want to say 10 or 11 years, actually, so yeah, very rusty. Anyway, that's the end of that chapter. So, oh, hey. Uh, sorry if you're just joining now. I'm just about to end the stream, but if you want to watch next stream, I have a stream coming up on Thursday to do some more embroidery. And I'm actually considering doing a later stream tonight just because I can't stream on Wednesday because I'm busy, so yeah, might be on later tonight. So there is that. And if you want to see more Ace Attorney stuff, then I'll be starting episode 5, Turnabout Revolution, on Tuesday next week, where we'll be, well, next week we'll be running through that entire episode because, well, I have these episodes all broken down into my phone just so I know roughly how long they'll last and roughly how long a stream should be. So the next episode actually takes 3 streams. One of them is very long. I'm thinking it'll take like 6 to 7 hours, which, yeah, very long time. But yeah, next week, Tuesday, we'll start that episode, and then we'll continue on Wednesday, and then finish it up Thursday. But for this week, we'll do the more embroidery Thursday, and possibly a little bit later tonight. So I'll see you when I'm there. And if you want to watch the stream back, I'll be working on uploading it as soon as I go offline. So see you then. Yep. Have a nice day, everyone. Bye.